All right, so we finally have things up and running here. Sports Goofs here, NFL draft. We actually have something on the score crawl. Oh, Dr. Anthony Fauci.
It's important for the players to be drafted. It's important for the fans who are anticipating what hopefully would be a really great season of football. Unfortunately, we are now beset with a really extraordinary, unprecedented challenge of a pandemic with the novel. We have important things that occur.
All right, all right. Fantastic thing by Dr. Anthony Fauci there. So I'm getting different things here. I'm seeing this commercial on our stream here, but on my television, I've got Trey Wingo there talking to the rest of, or in front of this giant LED board. I don't even know if that's actually in front of him or not. It might just be an effect that's going on with the giant LED board of people, potential draft picks waiting to be called.
Some technological glitches, and we will ride through it, but we'll do it together as we witness one of the great spectacles in all of sports, the NFL draft. And we've got the fans here as well as they get set.
And oh, I guess some teams have sent their fans in a way to watch what's going on here. I'm sure they had to sign some waivers and make sure they don't say any curse words or whatnot here. But here we go. This is pretty cool setup. This is kind of different. Everybody's they're just kind of coming in from their homes and all this stuff. So, all right, ESPN's got some weird stuff on the TV screen here. I just want to make sure that I have the same thing. If not, both things were kind of. All right, so I guess we're getting two different coverages here. Because now I'm seeing the same thing now with Roger Goodell talking to us.
Is a big highlight for me. My body won't miss those great big bear hugs, but I sure will. Instead, we'll find other ways to have fun virtually.
Ah, Christian Wilkins.
I will miss the interaction I have with our fans over these 3 days.
Christian Wilkins, man. Dear Lord.
And one that I genuinely enjoy.
Oh, I'm watching the draft. It's in the bottom right corner. I can't literally stream this. So, or else Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter will just completely take me down. Oh, there's Michael Strahan. Look at that in the background. Draft hasn't started yet. We're still waiting. I'm still waiting. I might be some time behind. I don't know how fast my ESPN app is compared to everybody else's cable connection or whatever, or satellite. But we're waiting here. See what the Bengals are going to do. Bengals are on the clock. Here we go. It has started. So Cincinnati Bengals, well, I mean, I think we all assume that they're going to choose Joe Burrow to be their future quarterback here. It shouldn't be that big of a surprise for all of us. So and it looks like, what is this, Madden or something? Oh, wow. Oh, this is a funny graphic here that they've got on TV. Huh. On the bottom right, I've got two different things. So ESPN's showing me one thing, and I think this is like ABC's coverage on the bottom right. So completely different. Completely different views here. Is Joe Burrow there waiting with his parents there? All right. I am most concerned about the Miami Dolphins because people are worried that we're not going to choose Tua Tagovailoa. And there's the massive pessimistic part of me that is a Dolphins fan that feels like the Dolphins are going to find a way to dolphin this up and not choose him. Either by, I don't know, choosing a different quarterback like Herbert, or straight up not even choosing a quarterback. And the only way I'd be okay with that is if, I don't know, the Detroit Lions somehow decide to choose Tua. If the Lions choose Tua ahead of the Dolphins, I'd say I would ask the Dolphins not to select Herbert at all. Just, you know what? Just let's forego choosing a quarterback this draft. Or I don't know if there's like a second round QB, because I mean, heck, God knows there have been some quarterbacks that have been good that have been selected further, but I don't know if the Dolphins have the talent evaluators that could find a guy like that, because so far, let's see, how many years has it been since Dan Marino retired? A lot, a ton, and and we're still waiting for a quarterback. So, to say that I am not confident about the Miami Dolphins doing something right, that's pretty accurate. So we'll see. I hope I'm wrong. I hope whoever they choose ends up being the franchise QB that is better than average, like what we had with Ryan Tannehill. As much as Ryan Tannehill improved with the Tennessee Titans and everything, and I'm glad that he had a great season. He got his contract and is staying with the Titans and hopefully making something good happen in I guess the second half of his career. But I mean, the Dolphins took too long with him. They took way too long with him, and now that they're here with this rebuild that is truly a rebuild, I think it is time for them to really take advantage of these next 2 years. They're not going to be good. I don't think they're going to turn this around this coming season, if there is a season, or the following season. I really do think that year 4 of this rebuild is when the Dolphins will emerge as a competent, good football team. A team that can win 10 games or more without issue. But of course, there's a lot of factors that could affect that. There's not what am I trying to say here? There's a lot of things that could happen. And honestly, we don't even know if the guys running the Dolphins even know what the heck they're doing. But you know what? We're this far down. We're this far gone with how things have transpired since Dan Marino retired way back in 1999 that it's whatever, man. We'll just take whatever we can get, and hopefully anything better than a team that can finish better than a consistent 10-plus victory team. Just consistent, all right? Because with that, you still have the chance of, hey, maybe you get on a hot streak and you can make an AFC Championship game, or I'd be surprised in my lifetime, but sheesh, man, they've got to at some point. And the Dolphins making a Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl. Oh, dear Lord, man, South Florida down here, this place would go absolutely nuts if the Dolphins won a Super Bowl. And oh, there's Andrew there, texting in. So he'll chat with me through text. That's fine. We'll make it work. There's no issue there. I've got my setup here. We're waiting for the Bengals to make that pick here. Yeah. I can't make, once again, if anybody's actually looking to watch the draft on our stream, I'm not going to make this screen any bigger than it is on the top or on the bottom right corner. I can't, because the NFL and YouTube will sick their dogs on us, and I don't want to get shut down. I just want us to just keep going and not get in trouble here. So that's as low as the volume is going to get for me. That's as small as the TV screen is going to get. So here we go. There's Joe Burrow and his Heisman Trophy acceptance speech that they're showing on my TV screen. On ABC's coverage of the draft, they've just got Joe Burrow waiting there with his folks on their couch at their home. And let me. Where the heck is my phone? Give me a second. All right, we're back here. We are back. We're back here. So let me send a message to good old Andrew here. He's on Twitch. So don't know if I can relay through Discord, but I'll pop on our Twitch stream here, and I'll ask him how's the RCFB crowd doing tonight. All right. Let me check my other streams to make sure they're all up and running. So, Louisiana, very, very grateful for Joe Burrow there, playing for LSU. All right, here we go. Cincinnati Bengals. There it is. Joe Burrow is officially a Cincinnati Bengal. And there he is on the TV screen. On my TV screen, they're just showing the stats there on the bottom right. And, yeah. So, this is different. Very, very different. He's got his headphones on and with his phone there. Maybe Joe Burrow uses an Android, because he's got a headphone jack plugged in there. Unless it's an iPhone with a headphone jack attachment. But, yeah. So, Cincinnati, moving on from Andy Dalton. And we'll see. We'll see if he's going from one Tiger team to the other. And we'll see if he's gonna be the great savior that the Bengals have been looking for to finally get them out of mediocrity and the basement of the NFL. I mean, Marvin Lewis with them for so long and never having any playoff success, never being better than a average regular season team. with Andy Dalton, with Carson Palmer, just not getting anything done. So here we are, and Andrew, pretty cordial so far. So Burrow goes first as expected. So nobody could pry the Cincinnati Bengals from that first round pick. Nobody offered a king's ransom for that pick. The Bengals are full on ready for this. And yeah, that's it. That there he is. So the Washington football team, the Snyders, the one of the worst organizations in pro sports, is on the clock at the moment as we await the next pick. So my night's going to get a lot less interesting when the Miami Dolphins choose, after the Miami Dolphins choose, because, well, or it might get more interesting depending on what happens. So this, I'm very Dolphin-centric. So if Charles can pop in here, Charles Senpai, you'll get a lot more in-depth analysis or critique or opinions from him. The Dolphins have made it difficult for me to invest too much emotion into football because, and they've whittled it away since I started following football back when I was like 11 years old. So, not as well versed as one would like to be for this type of stuff. And yeah, I'll tell you this: ESPN or ABC, the people have really had good setups with their cameras here. I mean, we're not getting some horrible webcams that wouldn't be out of place in 2005. We're getting some nice high quality HD cameras. So this is good. This is good. So Joe Burrow, as they're showing him, hopefully, and I'm. It's really difficult for these first-time quarterbacks, especially when they're entering a situation with a team that has been so awful for so long. It's really, they have to be something super special in order to raise that team out of the basement and keep it raised. I mean, that is the hard part with regards to finding your franchise quarterback. It is somebody that can rise above the awfulness, the toxicity of that team. So, I mean, Joe Burrow is now having an interview on ESPN. So he's okay. So I have to take back my opinion on the webcam thing, and it's just kind of not an HD webcam. With his mic is not too shabby, but still, you're not getting the HD quality or anything like that. I'm surprised NFL hasn't sent a glut of. I mean, this would have been a perfect. This would have been the perfect opportunity for a webcam company or a microphone company. I could have seen Blue Yeti or not, or Blue sending mics to the NFL and make it a huge marketing opportunity. It's like, and just tell the draftees that, okay, here's your mic, with the computers with Microsoft. Microsoft is the one that has the Surface for the NFL. So have Microsoft send a bunch of surfaces with great cameras to these guys, and they all have one. That would have been pretty cool to see. All right. So, and I've got there on the top, our next simulation baseball game will be coming tomorrow. I'm not going to watch the rest of the draft. I just want to watch the first round here. So we're not going to do any coverage for that tomorrow. But we'll be broadcasting the Milwaukee Brewers versus the Colorado Rockies, the first non-Marlins, Yankees, or Rays game, because I want some variety here with some other teams that we may not see very often, as we've seen plenty of the Marlins, plenty of the Yankees, plenty of the Rays, and so I want to include more teams. Washington waiting right now. I like how Chase Young has a photograph family member there on there. This is, you know what, this is probably one of the good things here, as Ron Rivera is waiting there in the background. This is one of the good things is that Washington's coming up now. Let's be quiet. Chase Young out of Ohio State, going to DC. Well, not really going to DC, staying in DC here. So he'll be playing home. I do like the I do like that some of these families can add some of their own personality to this with regards to showing off a passed away family member, or having your grandfather, your grandma, your mom, your dad in the home, in the place that they raised you. And the place that they raised you, the place that you grew up going to, coming back home late from games from in high school and things like that. The place that your parents and your family worked hard to keep that roof over your head, to provide your meals and your clothing and all that stuff. That we're going to see these guys have the greatest moment of their lives so far right now at home. That's something that, mind you, this massive tragedy and pandemic that's happened to us in the world. It's created. We've found a way to create some good and some emotion here. So he's staying around home. That's gonna be pretty cool for him. Hopefully Ron Rivera can help him develop. Hopefully the awfulness of Dan Snyder doesn't affect this young man. Hopefully the Washington football team can find a way to be good again. Although with Dan Snyder as the owner, I kind of prefer that they don't be good. But this young man's about to get paid, and his whole family's life is about to change. So there we go. So Chase Young at 2. So I'll message Andrew real quick to see if the RCFB crowd, especially the Ohio State fans, have any opinion on Chase Young going number 2. I'm sure going number 2. I'm sure they're really happy that, of course, their school being very good, and it's the legacy of Ohio State continues on here. So big schools here. LSU, Ohio State going 1-2. I don't expect Florida State to contribute much here, so we'll see. Um, all right. So what's going on in this Madden football game in the background here? Dolphins are up 6-3. We've got two retro teams here. I think 1970 something Bengals and I think the Dolphins are from the 70s as well. Probably that 70. Not the 72 team, but I think the 73 team I chose. I can't remember anymore. I could probably look back and try to remember, but I won't. I won't do that right now. Okay, Detroit has 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 uh, has chosen Okuda according to the top of the draft score crawl. So we were ahead of that. So Jeff Okuda, uh, who at the combine uh, got a guy fired from his job because this guy was incredibly ill prepared to cover football. Well, he is another Ohio State guy, so they've gone 2 for 3 with the top 3 picks so far in this draft at the Ohio State. So cornerback going to Detroit. So they have not chosen a quarterback. So here we go. I guess it opens up what the Dolphins are going to do. So I'm going to push that on for. All right. So there it is here. So I'm gonna let me see if I can message Dougie Souls here, our retro guy. Um, so I'm messaging Dougie Souls. We're gonna get our OG Goof here to see if I can get a response from him. All right. The New York Giants are on the clock. They don't need a quarterback. So we're going to wait for their pick. All right. Do I have a word from our non-sponsors? I don't think so. A word from our non-sponsors. Well, I wonder if I could do a segment. That'd be funny. Nah, we're not going to do that. So now the Los Angeles Chargers have been added to the draft crawl. I won't even call it the score crawl there. Well, you can't see it now because it's announcing once again tomorrow Milwaukee Brewers versus the Colorado Rockies from Coors Field. I don't think I can do it from Mile High Stadium. Anyways, MVP Baseball 2005 for the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox. I think they might have had a PC release as well. That's going to be for tomorrow. Baseball action if you all are looking for it. I miss it. That's definitely so. So here's Doug responding back to me. The pieces are slowly falling in place. My hands are sweating. Yeah. So Ohio State with two guys. I'm gonna put this to Andrew here. So, all right. So, end of the first quarter, the Miami Dolphins up 7-3 over the Cincinnati Bengals from then Pro Player Stadium, now Hard Rock Stadium. So we're waiting for the New York Giants. It'll probably pop up on our draft crawl first before anything else. And yeah, that's true. Joe Burrow was a Buckeye at one point, so uh, the Ohio State those guys must be really jerking their gherkin right now at the fact that their school has evaluated talent well enough. Well, I mean, not well enough to keep Burrow, but of course, whatever. Things happen. LSU taking full advantage of that. And with that commercial on the bottom right there, thank you to all of our essential workers out there, medical community, doctors, nurses, other medical personnel, medical assistants, freaking orderlies, administrative people, cleaning crews, paramedics, fire. So many people, firefighters, police officers. We're gonna keep going here. Police officers, firefighters. There's so much more delivery people. Whether you're delivering packages, UPS, USPS, FedEx, DHL, so many other companies out there, or you're a food delivery person, Instacart, DoorDash, Postmates, Uber Eats, Grubhub. I found a new one called like Chow Now. I found a new one there too. That so many of you as well. I got to keep farmers for raising the livestock and the crops that are keeping us going here. Shipping people from that are shipping containers of supplies from all around the world, whether it's by boat or by plane. Those people as well. So many. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for what you have done and what you're continuing to do. And God help all of you, everybody, whatever religion you believe in, or if you don't, what have you. May the universe protect you all, and screw all those people that don't appreciate what you've been doing. The COVID idiots, the open now crowd or whatever. So, yeah, that's my say there. Anyways, we're gonna continue on here. This has been interesting so far. We're gonna see what the New York Giants choose to do. I'm waiting here. We're waiting for what the Dolphins are gonna do. All right. NFL draft. Here we go. Come on now. Enough with the thing, ABC. Let's American Idol. Come on now. I don't care. None of us care. All right. Let me see here. Trying to adjust my Elgato screen in the background here. So give me a second to fix this crop here. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's better. That's a better crop there. Let me fix the screen here. All right. You can see a lot more of the screen there of the old football video game in the background that I am using, although you can barely hear it. All right. All right, so we're waiting here for the New York Giants, David Gettleman. Waiting there, trying to get the New York Giants back to prominence. We got this one of our more hated guys on our stream is Mel Kiper Jr. in the background. But all right, the pick is in. What are the New York Giants gonna do? And it is updating at the moment. Come on now. Here we go now. Andrew Thomas, offensive tackle out of Georgia. So there we go. Fayetteville, Georgia. There he is with his family. That's great. Once again, I am so happy to see these guys with their families and in in their homes, the homes that they grew up in. Some of them have some pretty nice homes too. So there he is from Lithonia, Georgia, coached by Chris Slade back in high school. Played drums at the Pace Academy. So there he is. So he's got some musical chops as well. So here we go. Miami Dolphins are on the clock. So I'm gonna text to Doug right now. We're well, I'm texting to Doug. The Dolphins better not F this up. We're all waiting here. Bated breath from Dolphins fans right now. We are on the clock. Tomorrow, Milwaukee Brewers versus Colorado Rockies. For those of you that want to watch a little baseball from the baseball video game that EA provided during the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and GameCube era. They stopped providing those video games afterwards, and they stopped making Major League Baseball games. Even though, man, it's amazing that they didn't continue with a baseball franchise, given that EA has their NHL franchise, which they have no competition for, which is effed up. They have the FIFA, which the only competition that they do have is from Pro Evolution Soccer, and then they have Madden, no competition whatsoever there because they bought out the competition in a sense. So formerly 2K, Sega Sports 2K BT Dubs. It wasn't 2K games. Well, they're out of the NBA game, and given how look at this. Now they're showing the Dolphins here on ESPN how many quarterbacks they've ran through since Dan Marino retired. 21 starting QBs since Dan Marino hung up the laces. I mean, they've gone 149 and 171 in that time. They have a losing record. Not like the worst losing record either. That's the mediocrity that they've been in. 4 playoff appearances and 1 playoff win in 2000. That was the Jay Fiedler season. I remember that. That's when we thought that there was some hope with Dave Wanstead as a coach. Some hope that the Dolphins could have a nice post-Dan Marino era, and they didn't. So I'm actually going to post that to Andrew right now as he's saying the same thing that I just said. So yeah, Jay Fiedler won that last playoff game in 2000. Okay, Brian Flores there, who I do trust. I do trust Brian Flores with what, especially the coaching job that he did last year, inspired me as I'm a pessimistic Miami Dolphins fan. It inspired me to think that he might actually know what he's doing a head coach, or at the very least he knows how to motivate guys and get the best out of them, because I don't think anybody predicted that we could get 5 victories out of that team, and they got 5 victories. And the fact is that they were so embarrassing at the beginning of that season that it seemed like, man, this might be the worst NFL team ever constructed. And they Brian Flores was able to get those guys get something out of them. And I don't know if anybody's actually thought of this with Chris Greer. Because the Dolphins were were running through guys with like one day or 1 week contracts, and somehow they were plugging guys in, and it was kind of working, especially when they won out of 5 victories. I mean, so I think they've got a good makeup. They had a great veteran quarterback, Ryan Fitzpatrick, doing his thing and bringing hope, and that hope that they had. I mean, if they had kept Josh Rosen at QB the entire season, it would have seemed like a hopeless season. I don't think those guys would have been inspired. Now, with Fitzpatrick, it's like, okay, we're trying to win a football game. And it kind of goes towards what our Lord and Savior, Derek Jeter, has said, in that he likes seeing competition at every level in the Marlins minor league system. At every level of the minor league system. So, wait a second. I think Andrew's stream is ahead of me because he says that the Dolphins didn't F it up. So I'm incredibly behind, and there it is on our draft crawl. Tua Tagovailoa is the Dolphins pick at quarterback from Alabama. So there it is. There it is. There it is. The Dolphins chose Tagovailoa. They have decided to risk it. Yes, risk his injury history, but the last time the Dolphins thought too much about a QB's injury history, they missed out on Drew Brees and chose Dante Culpepper. So there it is. The first thing ESPN is showing is his injury history. 2018 sprained knee, November 2018 left quad, and just a bunch of stuff. Look, he's gonna have. Although I'm not saying he didn't have world class medical care out of Alabama, but he's gonna have world class medical care with the Miami Dolphins. They are going to treat that man. I would say the Dolphins need to give this man LaZion Williamson treatment. Just handle him with like padded gloves. Well, they should handle him with gloves now because we don't want to spread the disease now. He has to wear a mask, of course. Everyone has to wear a mask. Wear a mask if you haven't. Please. Make a mask if you have to. Use whatever cloth you can. Just cover your face. Don't touch your face, by the way, and wash your hands. All right. And also, like, be careful when you're handling stuff with your gloves, because the gloves don't just erase the virus. The virus, it's so you can take them off, throw them away, and that way the virus doesn't get to your hands. Of course, wash your hands anyways. Just do as much as you can there. Anyways, the Dolphins picked Tagovailoa. So they didn't F it up. Now then, If the season does start on time and we have an NFL season and everything goes to crap with him, hey, let's tank. This is my thoughts. Let's tank and try and get Trevor Lawrence next year. I wouldn't mind that at all. If the Dolphins that's making the best out of a worst case scenario. I would say the Dolphins would have to tank hard and try and choose. And look, competition is good. Competition at QB is good. It's what Ryan Tannehill didn't have with his tenure with the Dolphins, and it's what he did have with the Tennessee Titans. Mariota was ahead of him, and competition, I would say, made him a better QB. So there you go. It's something. Once again, I'm gonna bring this back to the point that I was talking about with the Dolphins, and their compete level, trying to win games despite everybody saying that they should tank, despite Brian Flores trying to do the best he can to win football games. It is the mentality that is hard to teach. It is the mentality that you should try to win the game. You should try to win as many games as possible, no matter what level of competition you are at. So the Miami Marlins and what Derek Jeter, our Lord and Savior, has preached is that he wants guys to play hard and try to win games at every level and see how they're winning games. See, because if you're winning games at one level and then the next level and the next level, it means you're gonna find a way to win games at the highest level. Competition is good. With regards to this QB stuff, we got Rosen, Fitzpatrick, and Tagovailoa. All right, competition's good. I don't want the Dolphins to just hand the QB position to this guy. I want him to work for it. I want him to work for it. Once again, Lawrence Savior, Derek Jeter, said that he was aware of any shortstop that the New York Yankees drafted during his career, because he wanted to know about the guys coming up behind him. He wanted to know about those guys. Now, of course, at some point there was a point where Derek Jeter didn't have to look behind his back, I'm sure. But early on, I'm sure that's something that he probably was looking at, and given how driven Derek Jeter was, I mean, I'm sure he was at the same level that, I mean, heck, one of his great friends was Kobe Bryant. So there you go. Guys like that, they go, and they're always looking. So I think that Derek Jeter's philosophy can be something the Dolphins can do. The Miami Heat. Another thing, man. Once again, Tagovailoa earning his position. Look, they practice hard. The Heat practice hard. Different sports, I know, but it's something that it's hard to do. This quote unquote culture that you're trying to establish in your sports organizations. You're trying to cultivate it, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes, for whatever reason, teams just don't. Teams just can't break through. By my favorite hockey team, the Florida Panthers. It seems like no matter what they do, even with the talent that they do have, they just can't seem to figure it out. And losing permeates with them. So, Doug texting back to me, thank God. He can't believe it that they didn't mess this up. And I'm with you, Doug. The Dolphins didn't mess this up, and I am glad. And once again, I've said my piece about what I think they should do. And here, according to Doug, he feels that Tua was the guy, but he can't believe that the Dolphins did the right thing. And now his His next concern is that he hopes the Dolphins can get him some offensive line help. And yes, a strong offensive line. You look back at the great Cowboys teams of the '90s. Guys in front of them, guys in front of your QB, buying him time in front of your running back too. That's your core too. So Justin Herbert, the Los Angeles Chargers. Phillip Rivers is gone. So here we go. Out of Oregon. There he is in Eugene, Oregon. So he's going to be heading on down south to LA, to where a fantastic Los Angeles Chargers set of uniforms. There's one thing the Los Angeles Chargers have not effed up in their history. It is their uniforms. So we've got this. So as they're showing off his family's athletic history from all of them. Anyways, we're look at that. Anyways, look at that. He played baseball and basketball. The dude is an athlete, but many analysts down here in South Florida, beat writers and such, felt that Tua should have been the pick for the Dolphins, and well, they did it rather than Herbert. We'll see if the Dolphins might come to regret it, but for right now, I'm good with the pick. Once again, it's a toss-up. This is why I don't pay much attention to drafts, because as far as all the teams that I follow, I mean, many of them are always picking high at the draft, but it all doesn't matter until they make it to the show and do something there. So right now, look, Tua, fantastic college quarterback, injury history and all. But as far as my pessimistic side of as a Dolphins fan, I'm still going to have that pessimism. I'm still going to have it because it's just, I've seen so much go wrong with them that it wouldn't surprise me if whether it's by the fact that they suck at talent evaluation, or it's just plain old darn bad luck, things don't work out for them. But so Wikipedia has officially changed the Tua Tagovailoa entry. Now, quarterback for the Miami Dolphins from Maui Beach, Hawaii. And there he is. All right. So we got ourselves a flying Hawaiian. Or is that Benny Agbayani? Anyways, what the heck is going on here? All right. Man, ABC's coverage is just way different than ESPN's. I actually like ESPN's better than ABC's. Well, they're probably just doing it for the sheep and the masses, the normies out there. Whatever. Anyways, there it is. There's that. So Herbert's there. Once again tomorrow, Milwaukee Brewers versus Colorado Rockies on our Sports Goofs channel. MVP Baseball 2005 for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. Might have had a PC release. I'm not sure. I should probably look that up, but I won't because I don't have to. And yeah, simulation football game in the background here. Miami Dolphins versus the Cincinnati Bengals. Currently losing 16-10 in Miami. But whatever. It's still the second quarter. Still 4 minutes left, and the Dolphins are driving here. And almost got an interception there. That's a fourth down now. Probably see if they'll go for a field goal here. And cut that deficit to 3. All right. Well, it's 4th and 1. They might just go for it. Nope. They're gonna go attempt a kick here. And that kick is through their uprights, and it's good. So it's now 16-13 between the Bengals and the Dolphins, respectively. By the way, that mini golf thing that Steph Curry helped to create there, that is a fantastic idea. Of course, Takeshi's Castle is the inspiration for these. So it's once the Japanese have their game shows that have come here to the United States. A lot of Americans know it as Most Extreme Elimination Challenge, which was hilarious, but of course was dubbed extremely. In any case, yeah, I'm not watching The Rookie. I'm not watching any of this stuff ABC. I'm not, just not. I haven't watched ABC stuff in a while. I mean, I don't know, man. Just not. Anyways. All right. Okay. All right. What else can I talk about here? All right, so the Carolina Panthers, man, it's taken forever for them to get this pick in. What is going on? It seemed like they ran through the first 6, and it's taken forever for us to get to the Carolina Panthers. Of course, Cam Newton is gone from the Panthers, but they've replaced him with Teddy Bridgewater, who will be wearing number 5, continuing on there, with the Panthers out in Charlotte. So Matt Rule. There we go. Oh boy. Let me hold on. Let me take a look at Twitter to see the reaction going on of what's going down. So, all right. So the pick is in from the Carolina Panthers. Let me be quiet so you all can hear it. Derek Brown, defensive tackle, out of Auburn. All right, so let's see some reactions here on Twitter. Let me look. What is going on here? Man, my phone is taking forever to make some updates here. All right, let's go up. So Doug has been tweeting constantly. Why are my head sweating? I can't believe it. Am I dreaming? It's Tua time in Miami. And of course he said, now let's please get Tua some help on the offensive line. I'm going to like that one. So Carolina Panthers tweeting out that their defense just heated up with Derek Brown now. So let's continue on here. Another, let's see, Biscayne MB at Biscayne MVP tweets out the dynasty begins with Tua. Marlins UK, how do you pronounce his surname? Tua's surname. But I want to. Let's see, SB Nation, what does Cardinals coach Cliff Kingsbury look like he does for a living? Oh, because his pad, look, Cliff Kingsbury's pad looks absolutely gorgeous. Sheesh. Wow, what a fantastic looking home there. According to SB Nation, it looks like a porn set. Oh my god, cocaine. Looks like he works in the cocaine industry, insider trading. Or he rents his house to the adult film industry and lives off the earnings. And Dude Wipes replies to that, we don't even have enough wipes for that. Alright, continuing on here. Alex Dono tweeting that we did it. For getting Tua. Ekblad Jesus also happy about this. A lot of South Floridians are happy about this one. And Armando Salguero looking at getting people to send in their photos of their TV setups here. So this is very interesting. Hold on a second. This is super interesting. I actually want to get these Twitter replies on the screen if I can, or my computer could just explode. That could be another thing. But Arizona Cardinals on the clock here with Cliff Kingsbury just having a fantastic home. Man, I'll tell you this. Man has done very well for himself. Well, let's continue on here. Let's see what I can get on the screen. Looking for a browser that I cannot find anywhere for myself here. And that is taking forever for me to find, or I might have to reset it up. All right, we'll reset it up. That's fine. That's fine. It's not a big deal, you know. All right, Arizona Cardinals have chosen. It's already up on the draft call, but we're going to shut up for Roger Goodell. Isaiah Simmons, Clemson. Linebacker. Outside linebacker. So that's who they choose at number 8. And I guess I'll say this again. Once again, Sports Goofs has our next sim. The Milwaukee Brewers versus the Colorado Rockies. MVP Baseball 2005. GameCube, PlayStation 2, Xbox, maybe PC. So there you go. So there we go. So there's a pick from Clemson. As we'll continue here with this draft here, man. Look at this, man. These guys are so fast and so freaking gigantic. Dear Lord. And he's played so many different positions. He's played as a safety, inside linebacker, a corner, a slot corner, and of course outside linebacker. So it's kind of, I mean, you can't really pinpoint his position. It's kind of like positionless at this point. And that's great. It means that he'll be more versatile if things don't work out in a certain position. He can move someplace else. So that versatility should do the Cardinals just fine. Oh boy, here's on ESPN that's showing his against Florida State and how awful the Seminoles were. And then we got image of him there. Look at that. Look at this guy. Dear Lord, just snapping that ball out of that Notre Dame player's hands. Here he is, just laying out the QB for Syracuse. All right. So there he is. I'm sure there he is with his family. And he's got the hat. He's got the Arizona Cardinals hat there. I think he's the first guy that I've seen wearing the hat of the team. So far, nobody's been wearing hats. So I'm glad about that. Now, it'd be really funny if like there's a trade later on and that's gone. But either way, wearing a hat. So that's what I like to see. Some love for the team that just picked you. Of course, might not be loved back a year or two from now if you're not that good. So, you know, it's a ruthless business, the NFL. Anyways, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock, and man, the Jaguars. Once upon a time, they were making the AFC Championship game, and suddenly they are once again one of the laughing stocks of the NFL, as Urinating Tree has called them the forgotten LOL cow, the forgotten lol cow, as many people forget that the Jaguars even exist. So here we are, trying to see if we can get something going here with the Jaguars franchise, or they can just pack up for London and just stay there if they want to. Although the way they've built that stadium in Jacksonville, I don't think they would want that. In any case, let's see how this simulation game is going in the background. No, Bengals have added 3 more points to their lead, so now another 6-point lead there. They're driving here with 15, well, now less than that in the, or 20 seconds left in the second quarter here, as gaining some yardage there. 2nd and 2, getting as close as they can, maybe go for the touchdown, or just inch closer and closer and get the field goal, put them in a nice 9-point lead. Okay, so they went for it, got a touchdown there. So a significant lead there, as the Dolphins fans in attendance are unhappy. Well, you're a Dolphins fan, so you shoulda known what you were getting into. All right, holy moly, too. Oh boy. Yeah, stay safe, everybody. Stay at home if it's possible for you, as much as possible, and yeah. Virtual hug with Roger Goodell. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. All right. All right. What are the Jags gonna do here? A virtual draft. so so different, but so cool. I think it's gone as well as it could have. It's gone as well as it could have so far. So C.J. Henderson, ugh, a Gator, ugh, that is not washing down the throat well for me. Ugh, that is that is gross, Jacksonville. That is really gross. You made a horrible pick, and I can't feel my legs. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh boy. All right. All right. So now the Cleveland Browns, who have changed their uniforms as well, and I would say they well, I don't know if they would if I would say they're the second best or the third best. I think I can't really say that going back to your old look. I mean, it is a victory. It is a win. Both them and the Buccaneers erasing what the atrocities of uniforms they've had this past few years. And it's like, but when it's in the face of a team that didn't change too much in the Chargers, just basically little tweaks to make it the same but kind of modern. It's a little, yeah. I can't really give them too much credit for just going back to something good. Oh God, this is a Make a Wish kid. Oh, St. Jude. Okay, all right. Okay. Uh, oh man, that kid chose to be a Browns fan. Oh, okay. I don't want to say too much about that, but the kid is a Browns fan, and hopefully he recovers from cancer. But it was a that was an awful team to choose if you have a terminal illness. Anyways, Jedrick Wills Jr. out of Alabama, offensive tackle there. So there you go. Oh boy, we're not even halfway through this, are we? Oh Lord, this is why I don't watch this stuff. I really, I really don't care at this point. I really don't. So this is a horrible stream if you're watching it through me. That's a horrendous stream. I would not. I would not. I don't know why I did this. I'm regretting it now. I kind of wish I was just playing Rocket League at this point, which I could. I could just kind of pick up my Switch and just play it in the background and just be quiet, but I won't. I won't. Charles is not on yet, man. It's been an hour and 16 minutes and he hasn't popped in here. Said he was going for a run, so I'm not even sure what's going down. 16 minutes and counting. Gosh darn it, Siri. I didn't even talk to you, you know. Hey Siri, turn off that timer.
Okay, I reset it.
Thank you. Sheesh. The heck was that? Oh boy. Oh boy.
Which one?
Gosh darn it. Siri, what are you hearing that you think that I'm talking to you? Sheesh. That is not what I'm trying to do with you. That could be taken out of context. Alright. So Lexington, Kentucky boy makes good. Huh. Big guy was a point guard when he played basketball. Interesting. That would have been interesting to see a big point guard, just like a big old guy as a point guard. Big thick guy as a point guard, you know? So, all right. So another guy from Bama going. So they got their guys there, and that's gonna help the Crimson Tide recruiting once more. Nick Saban, who doesn't know how to use email or text, but apparently he recruits, and Alabama is still going to be good. So, all right, whatever. Let me keep looking for reactions from Dolphins fans now with regards to the Tua pick, because that's what I'm most interested in at this point. As the New York Jets, who themselves are trying to rebuild. Look, now that Tom Brady is out of New England, I don't know if it completely opens up the AFC East, but at the very least, the three teams, the Buffalo Bills, the New York Jets, and the Miami Dolphins, have some semblance of hope that we can do something for once. Now, Bill Belichick, I distinctly remember the 2008 season with was it Matt Castle at quarterback, made good with what he had there without Tom Brady, but he's still there. And it doesn't mean that we're completely out of the clear, but one would hope. Now, the evil thing that I've discussed on an episode of Sports Goofs, the evil thing that could happen with the New England Patriots this coming season is, what if they are so awful and so bad, or at least bad enough, or at least within like the top 5, that they find a way to move up in the draft and select number 1 and select Trevor Lawrence as the QB. What if that were to happen? That would be amazing coup. Because, and it doesn't mean that Lawrence will instantly be a great NFL quarterback. We don't know. But he's got the tools, and to have a Hall of Fame head coach at the helm, sheesh, man. That would be amazing. Not that I don't want that to happen. I want the Patriots to just absolutely turn into utter crap from here on out. Forever. For like, they need to have like a Boston Red Sox-esque 86-year drought of not winning a Super Bowl championship in order for their run of dominance to kind of have some sort of balance to it, to bring balance to the football universe. That's how I see it. Anyways, what's going on with this? Wow, the Bengals have really just blown out this football game here. 33-13 over the Dolphins now. Maybe inspired by their pick of Joe Burrow. I could see that. There's a bunch of Jets fans. Those people must be super sad. But here we go. So they got Mel Kiper Jr.'s best available picks here on the screen here. But Mel Kiper Jr. is a hack and is paid to be wrong a lot of the times. And I swear, I think people keep him employed just because of his crazy hairdo. I mean, he looks like a bird. I'll tell you this much. He looks like a bird. Mel Kiper Jr. looks like a bird. All right. Let's continue on here. What's going on here? So we got Michael Irvin in the background. I'm sure he's a little coked up. I would expect him to be so. Where is this man? I see 3 Super Bowl trophies in the background, unless the Cowboys give like a replica trophy to every player, which I could see happen. A lot of teams do that. Oh yeah, Kurt Warner's got his in his back in his room. So yeah, I guess they give replica trophies to the players. He's got, oh, look at that. Henry Ruggs III has a Photoshop NFL draft banner on the top of his living room there, but with the A replaced in draft with the Alabama Crimson Tide logo. CeeDee Lamb there, and I don't know if that's his girlfriend or his sister, but she looks very attractive. Okay. Oh God, those Jets fans in the background. So, the Jets chose a tackle out of Louisville, Mekhi Becton. All right, let's head back to Twitter here. I have to log in on my computer. Sheesh. All right, well, whatever. There you go. So, out of Highland Springs, Virginia, his mother is a caterer, specializes in soul food, so she must cook good. He's a big boy, 6'7", 364 pounds, so he ate very well, that's for sure. Well, look at this guy. Look at him play basketball. Dear Lord. I mean, you can't see it on, but I can see it here on ESPN's coverage. And dear effing Lord. That's a massive dude. How do you cover that? How do you cover that? That is just... I have no chance. I would have no chance. If I were in a run-in with that man, I would have no chance. If I had no weaponry of any sort, I would have no chance. Anyways, let's continue on here. So Doug taking a picture of his TV screen here with the Tua being chosen. Oh, he's got the same setup that I do. He's got his TV with, I would assume, like a Philips Hue Bloom light in the background in aqua color. I did the same thing. That's all right, Doug. All right, we're running at the same frequency here. That's good. All right, ad from Progressive. So let's see. Chris Biscayne MVP says that the Simmons pick is the steal of the draft in his opinion, and Arizona is about to be filthy. He says, "Yikes!" from Jacksonville, as he does. So that's. Oh my goodness! Rakuten Monkey's #1 fan in Florida, or at Millennial Marlin, tweets out, "Pray for Jags fans. Tampa gets Brady and Gronk. Miami gets Tua, and the Jags get another Gator. Yikes!" Yeah, that's once again. I did not say anything when the Jags were making that pick. I was just like, "Ooh, no, that was." I threw up in my mouth a little bit, and not only because he's a Florida Gator, but man, Jacksonville. I don't know what they're trying to do, but they're trying to do something. They are trying to do something. Okay, people are already changing their profile pics down here in Miami. It's images of Tua. Adam Beasley, beat writer. I think he's a Palm Beach Post guy. Wait, is he, or is he son? Miami Herald. Okay. What am I thinking of from the Palm Beach Post? Forget it. Anyways, he says the Dolphins have their first true superstar since Jason Taylor? Question mark. As Jimmy Kimmel. Man, ABC. I'll tell you this much. Disney really knows how to keep their stars and their stuff in your face. So, they really flex that Disney muscle. I'll tell you that much. All right, let's continue on here. Let's continue on. So Danny M. Now time to secure the tackle spot. No problem with trading up for one of the elite offensive tackles remaining from the Dolphins. Once again, we're all hoping the Dolphins can kind of Philadelphia sports. And what's up, dude? We're watching the draft here. Of course, your team has won a Super Bowl this century, so you are doing awesome. As for me, I'm a Dolphins fan, and I'm hoping, man. I'm hoping Tua is the guy. I'm hoping that this is finally the savior of the Dolphins franchise, the one we've been looking for since Dan Marino retired. Because, woof, it has been way too long. We're just hoping here. All right, I'm still reading tweets here on the. So, Henry Ruggs now from Montgomery, Alabama, set Alabama Class 7A state record in 100 meters. So the dude is quick. All right, so Oakland picking, or gosh darn it, Las Vegas. I keep saying Oakland. Las Vegas. Las Vegas Raiders choose a wide receiver. Ugh. But, well, anyways, whatever. It's going to be interesting, but whatever. Oakland, you have the A's still, and I don't think they're going to go anywhere, to be honest. I really don't. I think they're rooted in Oakland now. I really do believe the A's are going to be the one to stick around, even though the Warriors only moved across the bay, but you've lost every single one of your big four sports franchises to other cities, except for the A's. So, there you go. Although, it's kind of funny, the Warriors used to play out in Philadelphia, so I can't say, but the A's also played out in Philadelphia too. That's kind of funny. They both ended up in Oakland at one point. Anyways, NFC champions San Francisco 49ers are up now. Man, I'll tell you this, Philadelphia sports. I just want to know what it feels like to be in a Super Bowl as a fan. I mean, even if the Dolphins lost, the fact that we got there is in of itself something. I mean, it's something. I mean, Cleveland Browns fans can't say. You know, it's. I know the Dolphins have won 2 Super Bowls, but those happened a long, long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. That was a horrible, horrible reference there, and I'm not even a Star Wars fan. Okay, so the draft crawl is continuing to update here. This let's see. I think Ruggs is getting his NFL draft hat on for the Las Vegas Raiders. I have to keep saying it. You know, this is to be repetition in order to get the Las Vegas Raiders cemented into my brain. I'm still once in a while mixing up San Diego Chargers with Los Angeles Chargers, but it's getting better. All right, let me continue here. So let's look at the updates here. Okay, so Ralph Lucarella, NC Panthers 1 on Twitter says, if they take Wirf, we can say Wirf's on the block and Tua is down. All right, continuing on here. Let's continue here. Shed Sports tweeting out AFC North QBs. Ben Roethlisberger out in Pittsburgh. Lamar Jackson out in Baltimore. Joe Burrow out in Cincinnati. And Baker Mayfield out in Cleveland. And 20 Sox CPBL season at 20 Sox is tweeting out, stop spoiling the picks. I guess people are, hey man, if your stream is not fast enough to keep up, then, you know, heck, my stream isn't fast enough to keep up because the draft crawl on the top of our screen updates faster than my 2 streams that I'm working with, the one on my computer screen and the one on my TV screen. So I'm like maybe 10 seconds behind. Well, maybe not 10, but 5 seconds behind. So I see it up there before I see it. Like, and of course, I think Andrew is even faster than me because he yelled out the Tua pick faster than the draft crawl. So I don't know. We're all working with different things here. If you're on Twitter looking for updates and stuff like that, or seeing reactions, you're gonna get that. So somebody out there has a faster stream or feed than you do. Just deal with it. It's Twitter. I mean, I don't get the spoiling part. We're gonna find out. You're gonna find out like 10 seconds later. Are those precious 10 seconds? I mean, sheesh. This isn't a movie or a TV show or even a video game or a book. It's the NFL draft. Oh, Andrew. Hey, how goes it? Well, dude, it goes. He's getting calls as he see Ruggs. Just you hear his telephone. Put the thing on silent, dude. Put the thing on silent. People are going to be calling you up right now and congratulating you. But congratulations to you. And I've said this on our MLB streams now that we've been doing, the simulations that we've been doing. Because we do a section on our show called Players We Remember to Forget, where we talk about players in every sport, football, baseball, basketball, hockey. We don't talk about soccer because it's soccer. Um, where we talk about players that you might remember, or we had, like, you had no idea that this guy was even a person that existed. And so it's not really a segment to make fun of them because, oh, they're a forgettable player. They only played one season or only a few games. It's more, we think of it like Coco. We're honoring them. We're honoring their career in whatever sport that they played, because the fact that they make it to these levels, the fact that you play a single NFL game, the fact that you say you play a single NBA, NHL, or Major League Baseball game, a single one for however long that you have it, that you have that moment, that in and of itself is an accomplishment that so many sports fans can only dream of. So we honor those guys. We find out what they've done with their life post career. So if Becton or Ruggs or Tagovailoa or whoever ends up not having a great career, a short season, a short stint in the NFL, ends up having to play in the CFL or what have you, just to get by or whatever, or continue playing football, who knows, or just out of the sport entirely. For as far as a player, look, it happened, and you should be proud of that. And a lot of them do something even more amazing post playing career. There are Buccaneers fans in the military, so, and I'm sure they're all happy. They're all happy to have Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski try and bring some of that Patriot magic to Tampa Bay. We'll see if Bruce Arians can help facilitate that magic. We'll see. We'll see. Anyways, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Oh, they have chosen worse. Look at that. So the Dolphins have not chosen to draft up. So San Francisco traded their pick there. All right, so Tristan Wirfs, Dolphins didn't decide to trade with the 49ers there. 49ers, look, so there he is there. So the Iowa Hawkeyes getting a guy. There we go. There we go. I'm trying to work several different screens here. I have my TV screen, my small computer screen, my slightly bigger computer screen, and two phones to get all the coverage that I can and make sure my streams are up and running and doing good. So it's a whole production show here at 1/3 of the Goofs Nest, I guess you would say. Our actual Goofs Nest is out of commission for now, as we're all staying home. Let's see. Should MLB teams be allowed to trade draft picks? I didn't know that they couldn't trade draft picks, and hell yes, because it would create a lot more intrigue. Teams that are high up in the totem pole, that are contending, like the 49ers just did in moving down a spot. Look, hey man, I'll move down. We're already a good team here in the NFC. Let's do this. Even though there's a chance Tampa Bay could be contending, there's a chance. So it might be dealing with the devil here. Although the devil's really in New England, to be honest. All right. So Let's see. Okay, so Colin, our liquid duck on Twitter says, did they really trade up one spot for a tackle? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. The Bucks are making moves here. All right, they're they're looking. They're looking to try and turn this ship right back around here. Let's see. So in it, let's see. Andrew Gribble at Andrew Gribble states that in his opener to media, Andrew Barry relays what Browns linebacker Mac Wilson told him about Jedrick Wills Jr. Man, Jed's a baller. Okay, so there you go. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Tampa Bay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Charles is ready to hop back on here, so let me silence a couple things here. Get back on. Let me give him a good old call here. And hopefully my computer doesn't explode from this. Well, we'll see. Yikes. It is struggling right now. I don't know why it keeps asking me to allow access. Every time, Windows security alert when I do this. Every single effing time. All right, let's hope that we can get Charles on the board here. Yo, Charles.
Charles is on the board.
Oh, yeah, he is on the board. He has been listening to me. Sheesh. All right, dude.
I'm not no cracker and sugar, but hey.
So, how much have you seen of the draft so far?
I saw all of it so far. Then I decided to switch over here because now all the monotony is over. So now we can kind of talk a little bit about the past as it leads to present to the future, I guess.
Okay.
Nothing too crazy except for that trade that just happened. Me and my other buddies were talking about like the lack of trades.
Moving one up
coming
for a
into
tackle, sure.
Yeah, and I felt like you would have had it regardless. I know that San Francisco was trying to get additional picks because aside from the 2 first rounders that they have nothing till I believe the 4th or 5th round. But they are picking at 30, I think. I don't have the full draft thing in front of me here, so I think they could have moved into the back end, but Tampa must have given up a fool's gold for Tristan Wirfs. So I'm kind of surprised that he slid down.
Well, you got to pretend you're your greatest asset in Tom Brady now, right?
Yeah, I mean, regardless, you have somebody, and somebody's better than nobody, right?
Right.
That's what we tell ourselves. That's the lie we believe in. The rest of it, my buddy is a Denver Broncos fan, so he's probably jumping for joy if Jared Judy or CeeDee Lamb is available. Because I'm surprised if you're saying, hey, what's the biggest surprise that you've seen was that Henry Ruggs was available or was taken by Las Vegas, because I thought he was like the 3rd best receiver in this draft besides Judy and CeeDee Lamb. So it's been predictable. I mean, this is one of those times where we talked about it 2 shows ago or 2 formal shows ago where we're giving reverence to a lot of mock drafts that are just super predictable. And
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen anybody be wrong except for who the Giants picked, because they weren't going for Andrew Thomas. It was Tristan Wirfs and then Henry Ruggs going to the Raiders. So you're kind of stuck here. But I don't know. Let me ask you this, Francisco. You're a Dolphins fan.
Yep.
So you resigned from being a Dolphins fan. You pick a quarterback who, because we always knew Tua was kind of injury prone, but man, it really hits you harder when it's listed out in front of you right before he's picked of fractured nose, concussion, busted ankle.
That was the funny thing.
Did you feel uncomfortable?
I have 2 feeds here. I have 2 feeds going on. I have, the one on our screen is from ABC. I didn't know that they were covering it, but whatever. And then I have ESPN on my TV screen, so I've liked ESPN's coverage so far. It's been great. ABC's a little.
Yeah, ESPN's good.
ABC's kind of, I guess, I don't know, feeding to the masses, to the normies out there. So whatever. In any case, as soon as Tagovailoa was chosen, the immediate next graphic was his injury history.
Yeah, and it felt uncomfortable, I would say, to be a fan. And you're just sitting there, you're like, all right, because you get Justin Herbert picked right after, and you just see Justin Herbert as just a guy who raised his stock a lot more and doesn't have a big injury at all.
Yeah.
And mind you, he's 6 inches taller than Tua, because I didn't know Tua was that tiny at 6 foot. And I know the naysayers would be like, well, Charles, Russell Wilson and Drew Brees are tiny, but they're efficient, but they're still kind of tiny at 6 foot. And maybe that's on a good, hopeful measurement, I would say. But he's your future.
Yeah,
You know?
So I've been reading tweets and everything in the run up to all of this, and of course all the radio coverage, media coverage that's going on here in South Florida with regards to what the Dolphins were going to do. And I was texting Doug as well. He's also a Dolphins fan, and getting his thoughts so far on what's going down as San Francisco's pick is coming in here. In any case, so
Oh, wow. So
Javon Kinlaw,
Kinlaw.
defensive tackle out of South Carolina. All right.
Yeah. I mean, you look who they let go. I believe DeForest Buckner's now a Colt because they want to, they got a first-round pick out of them, and you get a guy who's going to replace him and give you kind of the same production because you have the better Bosa, Nick Bosa, on that line, along with Eric Armstead, or was it Eric Armstead that stayed? It's one of the two. I think Armstead stayed, but Buckner went. But so Broncos, my buddy's freaking out right now because he's like, are we going to get Jerry Jeudy? Because, their one receiver's name is Cortland Sutton, and then the other one's Jerry Jeudy, so he calls them Judge Judy in the courthouse.
When they were showing Judy, they were, of course, the Jets were coming up, and so they were thinking the Jets would have chosen a wide receiver, but they didn't. In this case, in any case, all right. So going back to Dolphins with Tua, Doug and I were hoping that they would choose him. For me, as a Dolphins fan, I'm 90% pessimistic, 10% optimistic, and it comes with 20 years since Dan Marino and no real success. So, look. They screwed up with the Drew Brees thing. We all remember that. I think they're trying to rectify this and not think too much in the guy's injury history and going on the talent. I think Channing Crowder was saying, look, if he's good on on video, if he's good on video, and you can kind of at this point, I as a Dolphins fan throw caution to the wind. Just select the guy. If it doesn't work out, and I said this on the last episode. Look, if it doesn't work out and it's just a horrible disaster and his leg is completely destroyed in this upcoming season, if we have one, then, look, tank it out. Maybe we grab Trevor Lawrence out of Clemson. Maybe we do that. There's all kinds of things that could happen. But in any case, I'm fine with the pick. I think most Dolphins fans are fine with the pick. I think we're kind of desperate at this point for some sort of hope, and the Flying Hawaiian, or whatever we're going to call him here, is that Benny Agbayani? Never mind.
I would call him Tuna Tua.
Okay. Tuna.
All right, trademark copyright it right now. or Tua Tuna.
It might be better.
Just the triple T.
It might be better than
Tua Tuna Tagovailoa.
Although, well, Bill Parcells is big tuna, though, so...
Well, but you know what? He was kind of like Ron Tuna because he didn't do dick. So.
Okay.
But hey, Tua might not do anything either. So, you know what my concern about Tua being drafted is you're essentially going to be paying him for a year of not doing anything on the guise of he's going to just be redshirted and learn in that first year, but he's still going to get paid. I mean, and he's not healthy, so he's not even going to be your presumptive backup for the rest of the season. So he's not even getting the Lamar Jackson treatment, whereas, he was picked with 31 and 32. I think it was 32. But he was right behind Joe Flacco. So instead, it's going to be Josh Rosen still there.
Yeah, there's that. I think the Dolphins will handle him with the utmost care. I would assume they're going to give him the Zion Williamson treatment and absolutely be super careful on his recovery and everything like that. Give him the best of medical care but I
can't give him the best medical care when there's a 300-pound defensive tackle just sitting on your boy.
Well, that's true as well.
Your line is just terrible.
That is true as well.
But what choice do they have? Because the top 3 guys that were picked were the guys, I would say. Jordan Love, do you want to risk it all for Jordan Love or Jacob Eason, I think, is the next guy? Or whatever his name is. There's like an Easton Stick, and then there's this guy, so the names confuse me. There wasn't a lot of other guys that you can even give a chance. So you kind of had to go for somebody. And I think the reason why you went for Tua instead of Herbert was a very valid reason, Alabama. And the idea of big-time games and all this other jazz that comes in. He's got, two years and then one additional BCS game anyway of an appearance when he came in for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
So,
and Hayden, what pick is next? The Broncos are choosing next. You can see our draft call on the top there. And what was your so you said one of your friends is a Broncos fan. What's his, as we see John Elway on the screen there? What's his what does he want and what does he fear the Broncos would do with their pick?
He originally wanted Henry Ruggs for the speed because Cortland Sutton is a good rushing guy. He's afraid that and this is something that Elway has done,
they chose Judy. They chose Judy. There he is.
And that's good because you have Drew Lock. So you have Drew Lock trying to make something happen. You're going to give him a lot of support. He came in the back end of the year when Joe Flacco was just dead. So him with Cortland.
Hey man, that man is elite. You respect them now.
You know what? All your heroes die, right? And that's what happened to Joe Flacco. But with Cortland,
we'll do the Dark Knight thing. You're the dire hero. You live long enough to become the villain, which happened in Baltimore for him in a sense.
And I felt like he got a short stick in Baltimore, even though Lamar Jackson was the right choice.
Yeah,
to kind of instill. It's just the injuries catch up too.
Out of Deerfield Beach. Happens. All right, cool. Out of Deerfield Beach. That's where. All right, I did not know that. So we got a Florida boy there.
A lot of local Florida boys. C.J. Henderson.
Yep.
Went to Jacksonville. He's a Miami boy. Going from there, but coming into it, for Denver, they always kind of picked guys that they didn't necessarily need, but they got. And now you pick somebody that you needed, and it maybe Pat Shurmur's now their offensive coordinator, the former Giants coach. So you'll have Drew Lock hopefully getting a real full season in with Cortland Sutton, and Jerry Jeudy, Noah Fant down the middle of the tight end who didn't really do anything as a rookie, and then Phillip Lindsay and Melvin Gordon. Maybe this is the time. Maybe this is the place.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing about drafts. It's all speculation to begin with. No one really knows who's going to be good, who's going to be bad. We just take things for what it is, right?
Yeah.
So
that's how I'm look. This is why I don't really watch drafts of any sort, really. Unless it's just my pick and I just tune in for that pick and that's it. But so all of this is speculation. This is all speculation. We don't know what's going to happen. These guys could be they could be on Let's Haul Y'all or Players We Remember to Forget.
Maybe a goon.
Or maybe you can be a goon and be a Hall of Famer. So,
or be a player to forget.
Exactly. And I found a really good one. My last broadcast, but I'll talk about Billy McMillan later on. From former Major League Baseball player. In any case, yeah, it's all speculation now. I mean, Dolphins fans are all. I mean, they opened this draft with this speech by Peyton Manning about hope, and it's all hope at this point, unless you're a good team, and it's all just.
How did you feel about it?
Look, there's more
How
hope
did you
there.
feel?
Atlanta Falcons
Was
was
was Payton the right guy to kind of put in there?
I don't know. He's on all those. Was it
Nationwide. is on your side.
nationwide commercials and stuff. He's more. I mean, he sounded very solemn and all that stuff, but whatever. I don't care.
don't-
I mean, the NFL is
don't
going to
get
have
me wrong.
their fluff pieces and their patriotic stuff. They had the St. Jude kid. They already have the military there. I'm trying to figure out what's missing on the NFL checklist of pandering to the masses.
I just feel that the
we-
NFL is such a
we-
petty environment.
We need a celebrity.
And-
We need a celebrity
Yeah.
like
Well, Harry Connick Jr.
when do the Eagles pick? Do the Eagles pick? We get Kevin Hart in this or whatever. I don't know. I could see that happening.
But no, I mean the NFL is such a petty environment because first I was talking to my other buddy earlier today and he's like, it's gonna be weird about the fans. I'm like, I don't hate the fans during the draft. All they do is boo and insult. It's a very toxic environment, and they boo even what their team does without getting a clean slate. And I can understand there's certain things that, if you pass on it, it's terrible. But
Yeah.
that kind of negativity, I'm like, so you're gonna vote. So they're trying to give you the idea that you're good. The NFL draft is a resurgence for people to give hope in their new team. I'm like, no, people are more happier when their coaches get fired or when they trade away a quarterback bust to other teams and they are
Yeah.
picking people.
Yeah.
It is as truthful can be. No one is jumping for joy that they got. No offense, Tua Tagovailoa. Tua, you're going to be great. You're going to make money. Sure. No one was really dropping for joy. They were just did not go and say, hey, with our first round pick of draft, let's just take a tackle because 7 times we've done it beforehand.
Exactly.
And history, but Jake Long played a good career. He just kept getting injured. But
Yeah.
I digress. Or Joe Burrow, and here's the thing. What hyped up Joe Burrow is he was just a destroyer of worlds in college football, and you don't even have a shred of talent on that receiving end.
That's the thing. That's the thing I discussed earlier. Look, we get that these horrible teams are picking at the top here, and that's the issue. These guys, I don't know. One of these guys, at least the QBs, it's hard for a tackle to raise your team up, but the QBs, they're saddled with so much expectation to bring, like Joe Burrow, bring the Cincinnati. I was going to say the Reds, but the Reds could use some help too. Bring the Bengals out of this mediocrity cycle, and they finally hit the basement this year. To bring the Dolphins out of this mediocrity cycle too. But these are notoriously awful franchises so far this millennium.
Terrible.
The Marvin Lewis years for the Bengals, the Dolphins just never finding anything right. I don't know if Chris Greer even knows what the heck he's doing. I trust Brian Flores. I don't think he's an awful coach. I think he did the best with what he had. I mean, squeezing out 5 games out of that team when everybody thought they would be the worst team in NFL history was something. But that might all just be hyperbole. In any case,
But he has a blueprint.
right?
And that both Greer and Flores have the blueprint.
Yeah, exactly. Now the Bengals, they've screwed up so many times before. I don't know what the heck they're. We'll see.
You know what the thing with the Bengals? They're really saying this. The reason why we have faith in Joe Burrow is because we're hoping that AJ Green is still going to be able to dominate.
Right.
Even though he's been basically 2 years ineffective because of injuries. And that's like the feel.
That's the issue. Is Joe Burrow all that the Cincinnati Bengals are missing? No, they need a lot more. Now,
Is Zach Taylor even the guy?
yeah,
He was a no-name quarterbacks coach for Sean McVay, and Sean McVay was a product of all the talent and not being Jeff Fisher. So hey, of course Jared Goff is going to escalate and become a better quarterback, and because trust me, no one knows about Jeff Fisher better than I do as a Titans fan. It was basically like, throw the ball, buddy. What? Throw the ball. Norm Chow, tell Vince Young to throw the ball. Let's do this. But here, Zach Taylor, you go 2-14, you're really bad, man.
Yeah.
Because it's not as if the Bengals were terrible the year prior. I believe they went 8-8 or 7-9. That was like the start of the decline. But they had Andy Dalton, they had Tyler Boyd, who had his first
Right.
thousand yard year. Now it's the second, might be a third, and then he had AJ Green, and it all kind of goes down. Then they have their running back, whose name escapes me now, because of course this happens when I talk smack about him during football season, and it's a hard relaunch, guys, out there, because football still to me isn't even on the horizon because it's April, especially since they're going to cancel training camps.
Right.
The name will come to me as I Google it in a later time period, but
AJ Terrell goes to Atlanta.
I don't even know who he is. I know that's terrible.
Cornerback out of Clemson. He's from Atlanta, so he's staying home. Number 9 cornerback recruit in ESPN class of 2017. Went 29-1 as record as a starter for Clemson. But I mean,
Joe Mixon is the running back's name. I was thinking Gio Bernard is still there. But I mean, look, cornerbacks are kind of a tough sell anyway, because really they're always going to need a moment anyway, because now you're going against the best receivers,
right,
or even above average receivers, because depending on where you go, they're not as fun,
right,
or not as skilled, fast, and everything.
So,
bringing it back to
dear Lord, we're reaching the halfway point now of this draft. This is why I don't watch this stuff. I'm already tired.
Well, and so this brings into a long conversation that I have with people. MLB has the silent draft, basically. They don't broadcast. They don't do anything like that.
Well, they do it on MLB Network, but it's not like they don't make a huge thing out of they're trying to, but it's not a huge event.
We got the mouse broadcasting everything, and ABC and Disney and ES, because ESPN's owned by ABC, and the NFL, they're going to want as much money as they can get, because this is the time of the season for the NFL to get as much money as they can with their draft merch.
Yeah.
The draft hats, man, they're ugly as hell, but let's get the draft hats. Sometimes they're better than regular season hats, I'll tell you right now.
Yeah.
Or we got to get that new AJ Henderson or AJ Terrell jersey going on his back. No offense to you, AJ Terrell. I think you're a great human being. So for them, it's about that broadcast to go from there. But how animatronic does Roger Goodell feel for you, right? It kind of reminds me of the Mark Zuckerberg memes when he's like, do people drink water? I'm going to drink the water. Come on, crowd. Boo me louder.
Oh, boy. Okay, so let's see. ESPN is showing a Cowboys Conference Championship drought graphic here. As they've just been... and they're Hall of Famers and stuff over there on the... Okay, anyways. It's just a weird graphic they got on the screen here.
Well, you talk about an embarrassing year. The Dallas Cowboys are the embodiment of it. You think they're going to end up winning their division? There's no injuries whatsoever, to my knowledge. Amari Cooper is going through some injuries.
Oh, that's the thing. I've said, look, my NFL knowledge isn't that great. And, of course, it comes with the fact that the Dolphins have been awful, and I really don't have much to pay attention to anyways. For these, I used to be more knowledgeable back when I was like 13 years old. But, so I can't really say whether the Cowboys are going to be good or not, to be honest, or what have you. But
I can chime in.
If there's karma in the universe, they probably won't, because Jerry Jones probably did some deal with the devil back in the 90s to get those Super Bowl championships. So that's what I think.
So let's talk about a great conversation, and we can talk about it because I know you're a little bit more versed than our good compadre Andrew, who is not with us today, but he's here in spirit. I think he's on Twitch every now and then, on some stuff.
Yeah, he's doing he's mod work for RCFB and making sure the kids are playing nicely over there.
He's keeping the ship afloat, guys. What is your most hated franchise?
In the NFL?
In the NFL.
The New England Patriots, because they've been in our division.
Now let me ask you this.
I mean, but
it's going to translate now that Tom's gone, Ron's gone.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, before, I guess traditionally for the Dolphins, it was the New York Jets for such a long time, but then the Patriots just had a amazing millennium so far, and it's been, I think, the entire AFC East, Buffalo, New York, and Miami, has shifted all of that hatred to New England. They've kind of forgotten about everybody else. So my hate is still there because Bill Belichick is still there. Because I give the example of the Matt Castle year in New England. That look, this man has worked his magic with essentially garbage for one season without Tom Brady, and these last few seasons with old man Tom Brady as well. So I think we're not out of the woodwork with regards to the Patriots' dominance. I don't think next season we're going to get the Buffalo Bills winning the AFC East because they're the closest team to doing so. So my hatred's going to be there for the Patriots. And my hatred for the Patriots is more, it's kind of like a lot of baseball fans' hatred for the New York Yankees. Just they've been so good. It's not a hatred because of anything else that they do. It's just they've been so good for so long that it's like, I mean, the Cowboys, I don't know if I hate them. I don't. The whole America's team thing is kind of like yeah, of course they're the most valuable franchise and they probably sell the most merch and all that stuff, but they're not doing so hot, and they're not exactly the New York Yankees of the NFL either.
And they're definitely not America's team
Yeah.
because there's only one team fully owned by the people, and that's the Green Bay Packers.
Right.
So by definition,
Yeah.
you would just say that small group of people who probably should just do a favor and sell that entire team and organization to a billionaire who can actually spend more money and not be frugal and actually give you a better stadium. But hey, what do we know?
I'm looking at Jerry Jones's home there. I have no. Where does that man live?
Wow, why did they get CeeDee Lamb? That's a big shocker coming there.
Okay, out of Oklahoma, wide receiver.
I mean, okay, so let's dissect this a little bit. You just gave Amari Cooper a trash ton of money.
Yeah.
And he deserved it.
Well, of course.
You have Michael Gallup, a secondary receiver who I believe had 1,000 yards as well as your second receiver. But now you just drafted CeeDee Lamb. So Michael Gallup's still under his rookie contract. I believe it was a second-round pick. What are you trying to do? You could have gotten another defensive guy. You could have gotten more linemen. You just had, I believe, Travis Fredericks just retired from his Gills-Barre disease that he had. So there might be an obvious need, and maybe it was damned if you do, damned if you don't. No one want to trade for me or trade out that pick. We had to take the best guy available, but they could have gotten Xavier McKinney as well as safety. They just let Byron Jones go. I don't know where he went, but I know he left. He was the kind of like hybrid safety inside corner or slot corner, but mostly safety. So you had guys to kind of go with it, but you picked CeeDee Lamb. It smells like a Jerry Jones pick.
I'm looking on Twitter to see how Cowboys fans are reacting to this, and so far there's happiness. So far,
yeah. Well, CeeDee Lamb's a good
Cooper.
player.
Look at their like one tweet here: Cooper, Gallup, and CeeDee Lamb. Let's fucking go! CeeDee Lamb! Exclamation point! The steal of the draft. Twist my nipples and call me Bill. We got CeeDee Lamb. I like that one. Yeah. CeeDee Lamb's girlfriend is pissed. She's going to Dallas instead of Miami. Okay. Let's see. Mike McCarthy's offense thrives on wide receiver matchups. He now has Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb. Not bad at all. That's Tom Silverstein. So I guess it's just more weapons in their wide receiver core.
Everybody's got to eat, right? Everybody's got to eat.
Yeah, and that can be, especially wide receivers, known to be
we're talking about
divas.
A first-round wide receiver.
Right. So.
And it's just, you just paid a lot of... mind you, this might work out if there's an injury to Michael Gallup or to Amari Cooper. This might have been a situation, too, man, where you could just got a tight end because, yes, I think they re-signed Blake Jarwin to an expensive contract, but Blake Jarwin isn't the most memorable thing. Hell, not Jason Garrett. Wow, my brain's just terrible lately because I don't think about people. Their tight end who was in retirement, who came back and now is in Oakland. Anybody out there that's listening, help me out here.
Dolphins are on the clock now. So this is the pick they got from the
Jason Witten,
Steelers
sorry.
for Minka Fitzpatrick.
Dumb trade right there. Jason Witten himself, go from there. So you could maybe take in a tight end that was kind of explosive vertical down the middle. All right, so you're up. You're up, right?
Yeah.
What I know you say you haven't been following, but you know your team sucks.
Right.
What is it that you want out of this, or do you have one more
Well,
pick, so do you
now-
just trade out of this pick and get more picks?
Now they traded for this pick. I don't know why they would trade out of it now, but now I guess the idea is to protect Tua at all costs. So now you start building up your offensive line.
Okay.
So that's kind of where we're looking at. That's where
I know some people have said get a running back like DeAndre Swift.
Yeah.
You did get Jordan Howard, who's going to be who's an average running back now.
Well, you can
because he's
find a
one-year
running
contract.
back elsewhere. That's but getting good offensive line that's important for them to build up on their own. I think so. This is kind of where you do that. I mean, they've got so many picks. They might as well let's build up this offensive core, and get it ready not for next year, but 2 years down the line or whatever. So that's kind of where I'm looking at. Trying to see what other Dolphins fans think, but don't know what Doug thinks.
I'm very interested in what Dougie Souls would say on this. But so, how do you feel about the draft not having fans? Do you think if you were to watch, gun to your head, no streaming, you had to watch 3 hours of this, do you miss the fans? Are you glad that there's no obnoxiousness?
Well,
What is your
I
feels
think.
towards it?
Well, I think honestly, I'm happy to see these guys in their homes with their families because, I mean, for some of them, especially if they're coming from a not so, I guess, affluent home, it can kind of be like the greatest moment of your life is happening in the place that you grew up in, the place that your parents or your family worked so hard to work for and all that stuff to keep you going. I think it's kind of nice in that sense, in a kind of sentimental type of way. But so
can we say Tristan Wirfs?
I mean,
red carpeting his mom was sweet as hell.
yeah. We're not getting the obnoxiousness that would have been if they had done this draft in Las Vegas in the fountain of the Bellagio like they originally had planned. So we're not getting that. This is a lot more humble, to be honest. There's a lot more humble. I think people, because the NFL, they could have flaunted how much money and influence they would have had. It's like, we're having the draft, we're getting exceptions and all that stuff, and we're bringing these guys in. And they could have done that, but no, this is kind of like a nice and humble way of doing it. That's fine by me. The lack of fans, like I said, I don't watch the NFL draft often. I just see what the Dolphins did, and that's it. And even then, I'm just watching it on Twitter, just seeing the pick, and that's it.
When I was most invested in it was when I did a lot of fantasy football because that's just it's just new potential, man. It's just new potential. It's new guys. It's new everything. You want to know it's going to be beautiful.
Hold on, they just showed an image of Minute Maid Park for some reason. Oh, okay.
I guess you're just getting trash cans.
Oh no, it's like a draftathon thing. I guess honoring people. Oh, lighting the stadiums blue and stuff. So, all right, it's a good thing. It's nothing with the Astros, but I'll bang my trash can in improvement right now. So
we're all together next.
Yeah. All right. So who are they talking? I think they're talking to Tua right now on ABC. So he's got a lei around his neck. So there you go. All right. Okay, so here's the next pick for the Dolphins. I'm waiting on it. The pick is in, according to them. They're showing Chris Greer and Brian Flores on the screen. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go. Come on. And they're showing the Dolphins-Steelers trade. Minka for the 2020 first-round pick and the 5th and 6th round pick of the Steelers. So yeah, man, me watching this draft is something unique.
Yeah, it's not terrible. It just comes down to there's a lot of people who treat it like their religion and they look forward to it. And at the end of the day, it's a draft. What matters most is week 4 when the rust is worn off and everybody's getting their game going.
Austin Jackson, offensive tackle out of USC. So there you go.
Okay, you got protection.
There it is. All right.
I mean, it's not fun.
So, these man, I wish these guys were a lot more excited. Sheesh, they look so serious.
Yeah, well, they're like, ain't nobody can catch me crying with their mama. What cracked me up though was Henry Ruggs' mom yelling at the girl to give him the hat. Like, give him this. So, let me ask you this, because I feel like that's going to be the game that we play throughout the duration of when I'm on and we're talking.
Yeah.
Is this something that you felt would have been? Could this have been more beneficial to everyone in regards to, I guess, everybody loves a trade, right? We've only had one trade. Do you feel that if they were not dealing with the CV and the uncertainty that and not relying on technology, that more trades would happen, or is this just coincidence at the end of the day? They announced there hasn't been anything
No,
since 2015.
I mean honestly, I think if any trades the one trade that has gone down, I'm sure they've been in talks for like the last few days, anyways. So it's not. I don't think anything that's happened right now is something that's spur of the moment, was spontaneous just for this moment in the draft. I think teams have been talking anyways, and they I guess finalized their trades in time for the draft anyways. So I mean that
So
has to be.
with that, if you're taking that in consideration, then the next obvious question is this: if everybody's had time to anticipate trade talks, can't we just like cut this stuff down by like additional 2 minutes?
What the NFL needs to make its money, dude. You know that.
Yeah, I get
All right.
it, but at least
Come
give
on
me
now.
some interesting stuff.
Bud Light and Coca-Cola, they need to and they paid for that ad space. Now come on now.
All that for the seltzers.
Yeah.
Like, it's not terrible, but what I think, how you get the casual fans in, because I don't want to say it's weird, because I'm a little bit, we're obviously, to view it you're definitely more than a casual, because that means you have a dog in the fight, right?
Yeah.
To some degree, or you're just a notorious gambler and you just like to do this for the fantasy football stuff. But either way, you have a cut into it. I don't know what the ratings are for draft picks. I don't know, or for not draft picks, but I don't know what the ratings are for the draft itself of how they do. But I'm assuming it's a decent amount, because the NBA draft comes and goes. Hockey's, basically non-existent because, NBC hides that stuff. And then you don't really get anything in the MLB. So this is their opportunity to kind of take that platform and direct that platform. And I think the worst thing that they probably did with this, at least look, ESPN's coverage hasn't been bad. I don't watch the ABC one, but I think the hardest part is that they haven't really gotten anybody entertaining to actually want you to be encouraged to see it through with them. As much as Trey Wingo is a nice guy, and I think he is one of the few analysts who actually analyzes as the everyman, as opposed to putting on the powdered makeup and acting like he knows more than he does.
Mel Kiper Jr.
Yeah, well, for once I didn't say it. It just kind of, you always have to have the investment. It's kind of like watching the New Year's Eve ball drop.
Well, I mean, they have it here on ABC. I don't know if this was originally going to be on ABC, but I think they're desperate for programming at this point. I think it would have been, I don't know how hard it would have been to have a guy like Jimmy Kimmel watching this and having him, improvise and rag on something. It'd be hard to rag on guys. NFL wouldn't want guys trashing these picks as they're coming in, but
you need charisma though,
Yeah, that's
because
true.
it's like after every pick is, "What's your take, guys? What's your take, guys? Humble backstory. What's your take, guys? This guy died. What's your take, guys? This guy mom died. What's your take, guys? Kid with cancer shows up. What's your take, guys?" It's so robotic that for
Well, that's
something
what I
that's
said.
supposed
They're the
to be
NFL. We're looking at the NFL checklist of whenever they have their major events. It's like, okay, we got the military tribute. We got the honoring whatever tragedy was last. We have all right, the kid with cancer. We always get the kid. We always have the Make a Wish kid in there. Um, and yeah, we always have the checklist that the NFL does.
And for me, I think what you can do as a
Mm, sh-
correlation is just get a respective player from all 32 teams talking about how great it is to be in that position. Whether it's a veteran, a retired player. Granted, I really don't want the retired players, 'cause every time you bring in
Let's
Mercury
see.
Morris is like, them Dolphins,
Another
man,
Florida
undefeated
boy. Let's say
season.
Damon Arnett, Ohio State cornerback out of Fort Lauderdale, just got drafted by the Las Vegas Raiders. I have to stop and think about it whenever I say it. So yeah. All right.
Yeah, the LVRs.
And okay, the second highlight that they have from him is that he has a 2-month-old son. All right.
Oh, he has a baby, and that baby is gonna be wearing freaking Air Force Ones.
All right. Hopefully he's not on. Oh man, you know what would be a nice 30 or well, it's not even 30 for 30 at this point. ESPN's more than 30 years old now, but another documentary or even a docu series. I'd like to see Broke, Broke Part Two. You know,
Let's just
honestly,
get Warren Sapp on here.
I think people need to have a little hope. Like, man, those guys threw it all away. Now they're asking for a $1,200 check like me.
I mean, let's be real, Francisco. Nothing's ever gonna compare to like the Aaron Hernandez situation, because at some point they
Yeah.
can be broken. Like, well, I didn't kill a guy, so it's okay. I didn't kill
I
multiple
think
guys.
most NFL players are like, well, I,
If any,
I
if
may,
anything, if anything, the players are gonna be like, man, I got
I may
screwed over
have
by the drug
multiple
policy.
sexual assaults, but
But the only other guy who's kind of killed a guy is like Ray Lewis in the background.
yeah.
You're like, hey, you don't say nothing. Um, what I kind of want with this new CBA? I want a Josh Gordon documentary where he's just like, man, they hated me because I like pot too much. Because now they're more lenient, but he's going to be screwed over by the new CBA because this is going to affect his reinstatement. Because even though they're more lenient on marijuana,
Yeah.
him still being a past offender, and I don't know what his talent level is because he hasn't really seen the field because he's been on so many teams. And you're I think he's what 28 now. Um, I'll verify that just to make sure because it actually look at me. I'm actually going to do research on something
Oh,
I'm shooting the hip from.
you know.
He's 29. Oof. Oof, that's such a hard age for a
Oh,
receiver. I know they
that's
like to create that lie that everybody hits their prime in the late 20s except for a running back,
that
but no, man.
that's borderline right there. You're about to hit 30, and suddenly
Yeah.
everything goes to crap once you hit 30. I should know.
Fine, right? We're both over 30 guys.
Yeah.
I'm at 30, you're 31. Um, right, you're 31, you're 32.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we could do this. We could do this. But a receiver, I feel is like their prime is 26 because they've had those first 3 or 4 years to actually get acclimated in systems, going against corners,
Getting
reading
used to the
coverage.
speed. Yeah.
And I mean, the only good thing going for Gordon is that he's still physically in shape, and he doesn't really have the wear and
Hold on.
tear.
I have on Twitter. There's a poll from Shed Sports. How hammered is Roger Goodell? Is he tipsy? Is he drunk? Is he blacked out? Or Baker when tackled by cop?
Oh God! So you guys are saying that he's drunk and not on a certain substance? Okay.
He might be on some Adderall at least. Sheesh.
Maybe.
I'll say he's a bit tipsy at this point. He must have. I mean, come on. Bud Light has the Boo the Commish, which is a fantastic promotion, by the way. I think that was nice. I'm glad that he went with that. But
Well,
I'm
he
sure
understands
he's
the
got a
position.
few Bud Light seltzers in the background behind that camera.
And listen, not to get on the political side of it, but let's get on the real talk of it. If you really want to boo Roger Goodell, you should boo him not because of the fact that he's just the commissioner during the draft. You should boo him for all his very weird policies that he does against certain players, just like George Gordon. even though I know that's CBA related, but still. But for him, at 29, you're getting pushed out, man, and there's always gonna be somebody who takes a
29
flyer
with
on
a
you,
history, you know.
and you're just not there. Whereas would you rather take Josh Gordon, or would you rather take an undrafted free agent who's at least hungry and doesn't want to sell, uh, stuff at the local Best Buy?
Let's see.
I'd rather take the hungry guy.
Roger Goodell announces he accidentally announced that the 2020 draft will be held in Vegas. He forgot to say 2021. All right.
How do you feel about Vegas?
So he is a bit. I guess he has had a few drinks.
He just doesn't care. So let me ask you this: you got young men who were under strict college programs going to Vegas for a draft. That's a recipe for disaster, right?
Yeah, recipe for disaster.
Has to be.
Recipe for disaster. They got a David Ayers ad on right now on ESPN. So okay,
there you go.
All right, some actual hockey on ESPN. I'm surprised. Anyways,
oh, that's a good idea though. Let's back on cross-branding sports. Somebody from the MLB or hockey or whatever, basketball, who are also on the, because let's not be one-dimensional. Think just because you play the sport means you like
that would never happen because the NFL is so protective of the image. They fined Alex Smith for wearing a San Francisco Giants hat after a game.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they fined him. Yeah, and that was Giants' heyday when they were winning all those World Series. So,
But they would be hypocritical and let
Yeah, they would be hypocritical. Yeah, I think LeBron James would probably be the only athlete that they could get, or that even if he demanded it, I think the NFL would bend the knee to him.
Yeah, because honestly, I'd rather see the cross-brand players as opposed to the vets, who are just there to be cute and just chime in stuff. Unless they're analysts.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't do like a celebrity fan thing as well. That's the only thing that's off the checklist so far. We don't have celebrity fan at this point. So,
I mean, they're not as immersive in that kind of culture the way the NBA is.
That's
the NBA
true.
Is very open to it.
Like, let's see. Do the Chiefs have a pick? I think they could get Paul Rudd in here.
Yeah. Hey, what a great way to close the draft, right? Just have somebody who is eternally loved.
And he announces the next Ant-Man movie at the same time. I don't know. Because it's ABC.
He just snaps his fingers.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go for this cross promotion too with all the Disney. And the next pick is going to be announced by Woody and Buzz are in here, and they're about to announce the next draft pick.
And that makes you think about certain people of like, who does Jacksonville really have that they can announce? Tim Tebow, I'm like, he never played for y'all. Yes, I know he was allegedly a Jacksonville boy that you wanted him, or some kind of North Florida. But who's your famous person? Cleveland Browns.
And they can't even get anybody from the AEW because that is Turner Sports and not ABC, not Fox. So so you can't,
Side note, I like this Jacksonville pick because they let Calais Campbell go to Baltimore, I believe, in the offseason because they couldn't afford him. So they're getting Chason from LSU.
Chason, look at his house. Dear Lord. That man. Sheesh.
So straight up, Cliff Kingsbury's little palace.
Is it
palatial estate?
Is it? Yeah, oh, dear Lord. Yeah. No, people were there was a tweet, somebody saying, okay, if you didn't know that Cliff Kingsbury was a NFL head coach, what do you think his career would be, given the look of his house? And a lot of people were saying he's either in porn or he rents out his house to porn studios and he lives off the earnings from that.
Right, he's 50 Shades of Cliff, man. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah.
He's just hanging around Arizona State University. I don't know if he's a married man or not, but if there was any guy who had the opportunity, like, hey, girl.
That looked like it was in Southern California. That did not look like it was in Arizona.
And here's the thing too.
He
Was
probably
just
flies into Arizona just for the games.
but he was also just dressed up like the mysterious man in his white shirt, his black
Yeah.
pants, whereas there's Bruce Arians just
Yeah.
chilling in Tampa. He was like, all right.
He's wearing
someone
shoes
get
in
me
his house.
He was like, someone get me a Bud Light. No. Someone get me a Natty Ice. Typical Florida. Yeah.
The one thing, like, okay, everybody's dressed to the nines. I kind of wish that we'd have some guy that was like extreme humbleness and is just like in a shirt and shorts with no shoes on with his family.
Well, Henry Ruggs had a bathrobe.
Yeah,
so
that's true. That's true.
So John Gruden's either gonna love it or he's super triggered because that man is a control freak. So the first thing going against Henry Ruggs in a John Gruden world is that he's black. So I don't know. I'm just saying that right now. For Gruden. Nah, I kid also. It's the personality. Are you gonna like a robe? Because I didn't notice it, and then everybody noticed it, right? Because
That's
everybody's
true.
talking about it. And then there's Michael Irvin be like, "This is the greatest thing ever." He's like, "I love this kind of man. This is great."
Oh no, that's great. Yeah. No, that's the. I mean, who was the other guy? The guy that there was that one guy that didn't go to the draft. He went fishing with his dad. Was it Bosa? Might have been. Or was it Jake Long? Not sure.
I don't remember. I can Google this.
I think it might have been Jake Long. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Anyways, in any case, yeah.
I feel like Khalil Mack agrees with me. I'm just saying that right now. Another Florida boy. He's a Fort Pierce boy. He's around close to where I live in the neck of the woods, buying people stuff at Walmart. You're the real MVP, Khalil Mack.
Yeah, that's really good. All right,
It was
so
Joe Thomas, arguably the only great Browns pick in this modern reincarnation.
that's true.
He has lost some weight, man. Like, have you looked at what Joe Thomas looks like now?
Let me
then?
look for a before and after. I'll look for that now.
All right, I'll seal the floor. Come into 2 seconds. So the Eagles are coming up. They're probably going to go for receiver, I would imagine. But all the receivers that you want with those 3 picks are out. Even though they say it's like Justin Jefferson still out there. Brandon Ayuk is there. There's a few other guys that are there too. But it's Philly, so they're probably going to screw it up. And then the fans are just not going to like what they do anyway. I think they were like all crazy when they knew they were getting.
He shed
Carson Wentz.
50
Crazy.
pounds since he
My God,
retired.
right? And so, like, I want to get on that level.
Yeah.
And you guys think about it: are our bodies meant to be 340 pounds? Because Joe Thomas,
No.
right? But he made it work for his position, and then he just—it's like he went on The Biggest Loser and he put them all to shame.
Hey man, when you get in your post career, you're ending up on TV, man. Sheesh.
And he looks great. He's got that TV talent. He's well spoken. He's arguably one of the best offensive tackles out there. I think he wins the Pro Bowl every year. He just had the misfortune being drafted by the Cleveland Browns, who I have no love for on my end.
Oh no, that's and I said this. Well, I partially said it, but now that you're here, I don't know. I guess I'll take you down with me.
Please, hey, go ahead.
Did anybody else think? And I
I'm
know
not here for a good time.
they had the St. Jude kid, all right, helping to like introduce the Browns draft pick. Did anybody think, man, that poor kid, he has cancer and he's a Browns fan?
I mean, if I was to say what I actually was going to say, I'm almost certain we're going to get banned, so I can't say
I have said it. I've been on YouTube for 14 years and they haven't kicked me out yet.
Is that kid going to live to see the Browns win a Super Bowl?
Oh, no. I didn't go that far now.
Well, you set up and we're going down. We're sinking the ship together. Listen.
This volleyball team is going to go down to hell.
First off, full disclaimer. Thank you, St. Jude's, for helping children with cancer. I actually donate to you every year. Mm-hmm. You actually make a difference on the Cleveland Browns because the Cleveland Browns abandoned their fan base. Let us not forget this. When they went over to Baltimore. And then instead what they did is try to resurrect everything with a crappy freaking with a very crappy freaking reintroduction of a team that just can't win with 0-16, 1-15, and then draft Baker Mayfield, who is unpopular in Cleveland.
That went so fast. I mean,
so
Well,
fast.
well, the Browns. Listen now. The Browns like the smell of their own boo boo a little too much after that one season. And I think we all kind of relish in the fact that they've well, it's not like they've regressed. They've stayed as the Browns and failed epically.
The worst thing about expectations is someone has to rise to them, right?
Right.
And
As a Florida
boy
Panthers fan,
howdy,
I know that very well.
and boy howdy, they could not get it if they tried.
Yeah.
Um, it's just they became easy to hate because everybody jumped on that hype.
Jalen
And
Rager goes to Philadelphia, TCU wide receiver. So, hey, look, they picked a wide receiver.
all right, so they get so Justin Jefferson's definitely going to Minnesota then.
Yeah.
I would imagine because they trade away Stephon Diggs, and you know what? That works well for you. You get a, I mean, granted, I say that now, but there was a very similar situation what happened to them years ago when they went for Laquan Treadwell, and they had him in the first round a couple years back, and that went all for naught. I don't know enough about Rieger. I'm not going to pretend like I know enough about Rieger. Sometimes you have to put faith in the organization that actually knows what they're doing, and that's what I'm doing in this regard. That's all I can say about that to its best degree. What I will emphasize more on is they say this is a deep draft for wide receivers. How many of these guys are actually going to be day one starters coming into it? Because if you're going to sell me on this idea that such a deep class for receiver and they don't see anything except for minimal plays throughout the year without any injury, but just because they're not put into the play calls or not looked at by the quarterback because they don't have trust or anything like that, then it's kind of all for naught, right?
Yeah.
That's just my little jib on it or my opinion on it coming into it. So I'm just curious. But like I said, I don't know anything about Rieger. I won't talk about Rieger. What I want to talk about is the reason why I think Cleveland's just so easy to hate. And I think it's very, very, very super, super duper simple. Um, you're the fans, man. Your loyalty hurts me because I can't be loyal to a team that goes 0-16, 1-15, just blows up the system, and then gives me a 7-9 year, and I think everything's gonna be all right. That's me. It's the annoyance.
Yeah. They are a factory of sadness. So.
Yeah, we don't like sad things. We like dopamine and endorphins and serotonin, and what you guys have not given us at all is that.
Uh, yeah, I, it almost seems like it would be even the Jacksonville Jaguars it almost feels accidental. Accidentally went to the AFC Championship a few years
That's what you just
ago.
call a perfect storm.
I mean,
Because let's be honest here, did you really even want to see them in the
your
Super Bowl?
your Titans getting to
Yeah.
AFC Championship too.
But we built some credibility. We built credibility. Don't get me on that. We don't even know because this is what sucks about the draft for a winning team, Francisco. At number 29, you're not going to have the dudes that would actually help catapult your team to the next level. You're just hoping that the plug and play guy is there, and that's fine. Our biggest thing is we're just trying to figure out if we can lowball or if Jadeveon Clowney has lowballed himself to a situation to which he has to attack it. That's us right now. And we just hoping and we just playing, man. That's all that we want. That's all that we need. It's just some kind of help coming into it.
Do you think? Yeah, because at this point you're trying to build on your success. I mean, all of the teams that made the playoffs that don't seem like they're gonna regress are all just trying to get to that next level. You're hoping, okay, Tannehill is the guy, and having competition at the QB ranks is what finally drove him from being just average to a little bit above average now.
Well, the hope is that our philosophy is this because we've had the high draft picks, we've had the Marcus Mariotas, we've had the Vince Youngs, we've had the Steve McNairs, and you don't have as much success with them, right? Steve McNair was our most bountiful pick as a quarterback at a high position. He was a co-MVP with Peyton Manning because they both were just disgustingly good. Got to the Super Bowl, got to a few, I think, another 2 AFC championships, and go from there. But, at the end of the day, couldn't win it out. He got all busted up, sent him to Baltimore. Vince Young, third pick in the draft, I believe, or we're going off my memory here, so bear with me. He was the third quarterback taken, I believe. So ninth pick in the draft, one playoff appearance with them, and then he got benched for Kerry Collins, and it was because Jeff Fisher doesn't know what to do, even though there was a quarterback carousel. And then you have Marcus Mariota, our second pick in the draft. He got us to one playoff appearance at 9-7, and we beat the Chiefs out of and we were just offensively deficient on that team as it was, because it was literally like he made his own pass that got deflected and got caught and ran in for a touchdown. It was amazing. Um, and it made something kind of happen there. But so the idea is, screw getting the franchise quarterback. Let's make a franchise team, because they've been 9-7 like 3 or 4 years in a row. So get a franchise team and just let a quarterback do what he has to do. Manager or gunslinger or whatever, those are just
Yeah. Yeah, get an elite defense and have like a Brad Johnson effect or whatever, just a guy that can manage the game.
Well, the idea is, with A.J. Brown is your number one. You're hoping that Corey Davis kind of learns. He's in a big contract here, so he's got to do it. You're hoping that Jonnu Smith takes the next step, or that if we draft another tight end in the first or the second round, gets from there. You're hoping that the defense can kind of do something on the line, because we picked up Vic Beasley on a 1 year, like $12 million deal with incentives. We let go of Jarrell Casey because we didn't want to pay him money, so it's unfortunate, but someone's got to go because we had to pay Tannehill, and we just franchised Derrick Henry. You're hoping Derrick Henry doesn't die, but it's fine because we cut the people that need to be cut. We cut Deion Lewis, we cut Cam Wade, we cut a few other people, Delaney Walker. So get the consistency. We might bring back Logan Ryan. No one's really been attacking him on the market. We're hoping that Dory Jackson gets something going, even though I don't want to call him a first round plus, but he's just a first round there, as a slot cornerback return man. And then Malcolm Butler, where he was injured last year, but he was on some good production. So you're hoping something comes out of it. So and this is really like the first time in a long time that my team has been this far into the draft, like in the positioning, that you realize you kind of respect the Patriots for being able to keep this consistency going on, because I think they're always picking in the 20s and the 30s. Really, it's only in the 30s, and they've had that longevity. And so far, the only guy who hasn't really fully panned out has been N'Keal Harry, and he was injured last year. Granted, Sony Michel raised some questions on top of some other stuff, but I would say that it's super interesting for me to think about it in that nature. So that's me on that feeling. And
must be really nice to be on that side. Hey, we're a late round pick. All right.
Yeah, but you have to ask yourself, do we envy it or do we not envy it to that degree coming into it?
It almost seems harder, right? It almost seems harder. Like, man, now we gotta get creative here. Or we really our scouts have to be super, super good, to keep this going.
The consequences of being super good is very simple. Is that you have to pay these guys,
right?
And now, because we have to pay these guys.
Well, I mean, that's where the Patriots have had success, is when it comes time to pay these guys. They kind of know when, all right, we don't really have to pay this guy. He's kind of on the downswing. You can head on over to usually Miami and have a mediocre season after that.
But everybody else has kind of been like on the opposite, and they haven't created that pattern.
So hold on, Charles, I got a call here. You can take over for a bit. Let me 1 second.
I'll take it in and go from there. All right, so first off, I'm correct. The Minnesota Vikings picked up Justin Jefferson, and I like being right, as anybody who knows me will tell you. Yeah, take your time. I got this. So Justin Jefferson's picked, big LSU player. He's probably one of the seminal reasons why Joe Burrows was able to get to that high level production in college and help lead to a Heisman. This is a possibly a good pick for Minnesota, because Stephon Diggs is out. You got some out to Buffalo, so he ain't around, right? You got some good draft picks. We might get his ideal replacement. You got Adam Thielen doing some work, as Francisco and his dad tell us what's going on. So now we got the Chargers. So I didn't even know that they had a pick from New England, unless they just did a trade, because this is what happens when you play WWE in the background. But if the Chargers are able to get either a a lineman or more protection for their new quarterback, Justin Herbert, I think it'll be fine. It'll be good. I'm trying not to laugh, so bear with me. But Minnesota, you're keeping consistent. You kept Kirk Cousins, you re-signed him. You got Adam Thielen still around if healthy. You got Dalvin Cook, keep going. You need to replace some defenses, but you replace a need and you get some draft picks out of it. Um, Minnesota also has the 25th pick in the draft, so that's pretty exceptional, I would say. My Titans, I think, picked 29th or 30th. So, needless to say, your boy is going to be a very sad guy coming into it because it's kind of like getting a bag of Skittles and you're just left with like the orange flavor or the yellow. And let's be real, though, those are still good flavors anyway. Feel free to comment what your favorite Skittles are and the ones that you hate to have the last bottom of the bag. But I don't know. I kind of miss the old limes, but they went with green apple, I feel. So that's on them if they want to go with it. Let's see what some of the other selections are. As Francisco's living it up. So right now we got, what is it? We got San Francisco 32. All right, so we have at 23 Chargers picking. Then we got Drew Brees' famous little Saints coming at the 24th. Do they get Jordan Love? Maybe. Got the Vikings at 25. The Dolphins at 26. I don't know what the hell they need, guys. They just need something. The Seahawks at 27. Receiver, more receivers, more tackles. 28, you have the Ravens. Maybe another receiver, maybe a running back. Kenneth Murray still out there for a linebacker if you want speed. 29 for the us Titans. I'll take Kenneth Murray if he's not there. Hell, I'll take Xavier McKinney even though
All
we
right,
have
my
some
mic
good,
is back
guys
on.
there.
I'm back in here, dude. All right.
All right. So
I was just talking to my dad, and he's like,
Dad.
"What?" He's my dad was like, "So what? What did Dolphins do?" I'm like, "They picked the quarterback to out of Alabama. He doesn't know much about football. He knows that the Dolphins suck." And he's like, "Well, what do you think?" I'm like, "I don't know what to think. Dolphins could suck, or they may actually be good." He's like, "You know what? It's better that you think that they're going to be bad because then they can pleasantly surprise you." I'm like, "Yeah, that works too."
Well, so what I asked, and I think this was very relevant to the draft, because first off, I think San Diego or the Los Angeles Chargers, still weird to say, that just traded in from New England's pick to the 23rd, so they're going to be drafting again.
Yeah, here
But
they
what I
come.
asked was, I was talking about the Titans getting the 29th pick in the draft, and I said it feels like getting a bag of Skittles from your friends and then finding out that the only flavors left are the flavors that you don't like. So I went on this little tirade of it. So what is the flavor of Skittles that if you got in the bag that was last, that would upset you?
What is so? Okay, so
If I give you a bag of Skittles
mhm.
and you're thinking whatever your favorite flavors are there, and it turns out that
I
your
mean-
favorite flavors are there left you just hanging.
Okay, so
what
I'm
makes you
gonna.
cringe?
Is this particularly about Skittles, or can I? Because I don't really eat candy.
It was like an example using
Okay.
for having a low.
Because like
end,
when I
pick.
have gummies or like the fruit snacks, whatever, I always love the dark fruit.
Yeah.
So I always go for those, and when there's less of those or none of those, it greatly upsets me.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's what happens to me. Okay, Los Angeles Chargers pick is in.
Who they pick up?
Kenneth Murray.
Oh, I was just talking about him. I was just like, yeah, I'd be happy if we got him too. That's a good, look, the Chargers, I don't know what they gave up for
By the way, they
for
picked
that
Herbert.
pick, but hey.
They picked Herbert to replace Phillip Rivers. So
Yeah.
we'll see how he does in LA. So he might. So here, okay, Kenneth Murray. There you
Yeah.
go.
Well,
Saved a
he's
woman's life with CPR last year.
he's a hero. I
Yep.
have to like him.
That's a real MVP right there. That's a real MVP. All right.
Maybe we should, when we get Andrew on there, for the show, we'll do a spotlight of each individual teams. I know we're gonna call him our local Tampa guy, I guess, because he's our Lampa.
Yeah.
Even though I would say Tampa was a secondary team. I liked them when I was growing up as kids. I've been to a couple of their games. I don't dislike them. I like them. They're not bad, but they're you just have an affinity for other teams.
Yeah.
We're almost there, though, buddy. We're at the home stretch.
Oh, dude. I am.
Has it grinded on you yet?
Yes. I don't get people who go to the draft now. I honestly don't. Well, let's see. The NHL draft was in 2015 here in Florida, and I didn't get a chance to go to that. And I probably would have if given the choice now. Just to say that I went to one, but that's for a sport that I'm clearly more invested in than football.
Of
So
course.
maybe it's a thing. Maybe it's like, oh, I want to go to the draft. I want to go to the Super Bowl. I want to go. I don't know what person wants to go to the Pro Bowl, but I want to go to the Pro Bowl, and not even football players want to go to the Pro Bowl, and just hit the big events. I didn't get a chance to go to the All Star game when for baseball when it was here because of a stupid thing called the Florida Bar. So yeah, uh, any chance the Marlins get that game, and I think there's a good chance. Our Lord and Savior Derek Jeter's down here. I'm sure he could find a way to pull some strings with the league office to get it here sooner rather than later. Yeah, and I've mentioned our Lord and Savior Derek Jeter several times in this stream, mainly about competition and how much competition is good for teams, and that just because we drafted Tua doesn't mean that maybe Rosen is the guy to come out of all this. Maybe competition will give everyone the kick in the pants they need to get better. And that's what Jeter did when he was playing. Always knew what shortstops were coming up in the Yankee organization.
Well, that and you had an owner who was willing to open up not just one but both checkbooks.
Right, to
So
replace you if you start sucking. That's true.
yeah, and that's the thing. Nothing says, hey, if you don't play, there is the idea that there's availability of the next guy, right?
Right.
And that would just fracture my ego. But it's like you're being broken up with. Because here's the thing about the good old boy that was, Lord Steinbrenner, George Steinbrenner, was even if you were above average, your ass is gonna get replaced.
Right.
And that's that intensity that kind of came in. And is that not what Jeter did? He just kind of did it in reverse. He said, I'm going to replace all these guys, get what I think is minimal value for them or maximum value for them, and then just proceed from here.
Right. Jeter played long enough for sentimentality to kick in with the Yankees, but I mean, when Steinbrenner died in '09, right?
Yeah.
So that's
yeah, 09.
when before they won their last World Series championship there. So one makes you wonder: would Jeter have played his entire career with the Yanks if because his production did go down in his later years, because the Yankees, the Yankees went into a bit of a rebuild period there.
Well, let me tell you why he would. Because Jeter was also the merch. He was the captain. He was the guy. He was the brand.
That's true.
And Steinbrenner was a smart guy because sometimes you go to games for the love of the sport, and sometimes you go because of who you like. And people went for Jeter. I saw Jeter live. I absolutely, Pepper needed new shorts, right? To quote Dodgeball. So it definitely has a mold into it. The same thing with Mo. I mean, A-Rod I can live or take without it, but I still got the
sure. Plenty of Yankees fans do.
It's such a complex. It's basically a stepbrother that you're adopting, so it just makes no sense.
Wait till he bites the Mets.
My goodness, man! And Wilpon's gonna be underselling too, because I think him and J-Lo are trying to do it, but there's a low buyer, I think.
Well, they're gonna be like it'll be the same deal that Jeter has with the Marlins. There will be, of course, a bigger money man than those two.
Yeah.
Even though
But,
I would assume A-Rod has made more money than Derek Jeter, but I'm not, But then him plus J-Lo, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. So you get another investor coming into it, but I don't think either of them would want to get a role. I don't think they would want to have a executive role or position.
I don't see A-Rod being hands-on like Jeter has been with the Marlins.
Yeah, but when you think about it, though, for a guy who can work with that New York media, Jeter would be damn good. Not Jeter. A-Rod would be damn good handling, I think, because he's so personable. Even when you talk, he's full of crap. You can literally see the poop spewing from his mouth, but he is the pure up definition of charming. I feel sometimes, and people like that. they get bopped into it.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, I mean that's why he's so good on TV. Have you seen?
Well, he's knowledgeable.
Yeah.
I'll say that. You
I
take into
mean,
account the steroids.
yeah, but yeah. Well, I like how there's a channel on YouTube called Foolish Baseball.
Yeah.
Fantastic content, by the way. Video game fan because he uses a ton of fantastic 8-bit, 16-bit music in his presentation. So always a plus for that. Just like Urinating Tree always has like F-Zero music in the background, so always a plus for that too. But I love the way he talks about steroids because he always says that player was having a balanced breakfast every day. It's like Barry Bonds from after the year 2000 was having a balanced breakfast every day.
That's me. Lucky Charms. They're magically delicious.
Oh, we haven't had a cereal discussion on our show.
Let's do it. I have one that I'm holding out on Tuesday to kind of bring out for Andrew's opinion. I hope they got to remember it come Tuesday because my memory's so fried. But let's talk about cereal because now this matters more. We're drafting, right?
Yeah.
You're drafting. You're going to quarantine. You're going back into quarantine. But okay, this is how we're going to.
If I had a first-round pick for cereal.
First-round pick for cereal, but here's the thing: you get two. You get two because diversity is key, right?
All right.
But this is a scenario. You're going to quarantine. You're going to be stocked up with food, so don't think the logistics of lunch and dinner. You're going to be paid, whatever, but you can't go back out for like 2 months, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you get two, one for each month, because it's easier to top five because it's my rules. I'm having fun with it. You're never going to again. That's the story behind it. Like I'm a director telling you what your emotion is, and you got to bring it. What's the two cereals that you bring? Knowing that they got Cesar Ruiz for the Saints. That's a good pick. They get some blind there.
All right. Is he Hispanic? Got Cesar Ruiz there, I would think. Okay, so let's see. He might be Hispanic, but like kind of like Brian Flores is Hispanic. They're from like the Caribbean side of whatever country his family's originally from.
Well, I'm gonna check that out as you kind of.
Oh, he's from Camden, New Jersey, so. Or he might just have some Puerto Rican in him at the same time.
He a big boy though.
Yeah, Cesar Edwin Ruiz.
Only 20 years old.
Okay, so his father. So his father kind of looks Puerto Rican. I could say that I'm Hispanic, so I kind of guesstimate his father might be Puerto Rican. Yeah, he's from New Jersey, New York area, I would assume. So yeah,
he could be Dominican, maybe.
But high chance Puerto Rican. Now that we're talking about J-Lo. From New York, All right, let's continue on.
He ain't Jenny from the block.
Okay. So he's off to New Orleans. Okay, there's the tears. Well, we got some guy with the tears. Thank you. Well, he's Hispanic, right? He's emotional.
Bradenton, Florida. Bradenton, Florida.
So
another Florida boy.
Okay. Yeah. All right. But his hometown is in New Jersey, I guess. But all right. Okay, so cereal. First, okay.
Hometown, Bradenton, Florida.
Number one pick. Am I gonna?
Tough, man. You're creating the depth chart.
Yeah,
I'm thinking. His father died when he was 8 years old. If you want to just cry right now.
All right, so off that checklist too, dead parent on the NFL checklist.
They had Jeff Okuda's mom, and then they had him.
Yeah, all right. We got a father and a dead. Oh, do we have a dead sibling? We might have a dead sibling.
It's gonna come. Jesus Christ.
Oh, we do have a dead sibling. I know. I do remember.
Oh my God.
This has gone morbid, yes, but this is the NFL checklist, and they always do this. So, all right. So, man. So I'm thinking about this like, okay, if I have 2 months here. And lately I've been trying to get my game together with regard to my weight and my eating. It's been a struggle with food being in here and work not being consistent for me. So I'm thinking, like, do I want something that'll give me diabetes, but it'll be a fantastic 2 months?
Well, Now you feel like an NFL GM right now, don't you? The
Yeah.
guy who's a flash in the
All
pan,
right.
or something that's good for longevity.
If I have to go with two, I'll choose one healthy and one completely like Wilford Brimley diabetes. All right. I'll go with my first round pick would be Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I'll go with that. And if I had a late round other pick or a second round pick, whatever, I'll go with Rice Krispies. Those are my two.
Oof. You didn't hesitate at all.
Yeah.
You knew your guy. You knew
Well,
who you
well,
wanted.
I mean, because I splitting it into two gave me some choices at the very least. Because if I had to choose two diabetes ones, it would be Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Lucky Charms. That would be two. I wouldn't go with any Captain Crunch because I want my mouth to survive those 2 months, and we all know what that does to the roof of your mouth. As far as healthy ones are concerned, like there's some like there's the ones in between, like Honey Bunches of Oats. It sounds healthy, but it's kind of not at the same time. Then you've got like Special K, the strawberry one at the very least. That one's good for me, or the one with like the fruit and yogurt. That one's pretty good too. That's kind of on the healthier side. But then you've got like you got Rice Krispies, is just like I don't mind the taste with it alone. I do a diabetes version of it where I just stick a bunch of Oreos in it. That's a horrible combination, but it's good going down. That's for sure. And then I don't mind Kix. It's kid tested and mother approved. That's one. I don't mind the taste. I think it's a fairly good cereal, but it's a very I don't know what would I call it?
Nutritious and delicious.
I don't know if it's okay. It'll get me through. It'll get me through those 2 months. If I had to split it with a different cereal, it'll get me through. But if I had to choose one or the other, I'd choose the Rice Krispies as my healthier cereal choice.
San Francisco is trading
Another pick, huh?
in. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they have draft picks to spare now.
Yeah, that's true.
That's interesting to me.
I think, let's see. So they
Probably go for a receiver. There you go, Brand Uyuk. Bam.
Oh, you're ahead of me on this one.
Yeah, I just refreshed it, and that's a good pick out. Minnesota is going to get their 31st pick in the draft, so the guy they probably want is going to be targeted there.
Yeah,
so
they
you have like that's like
there.
five. That's like 5 wide receivers, man. That has been drafted.
Yeah.
Not kidding.
Yeah, it's
And San Francisco, they're replacing.
I mean, you got to think about it.
Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah, you got to think about it. They got to add weapons for Garoppolo to work with.
Yeah, and you're replacing guys that are kind of foundational in DeForest Buckner with Javon Kinlaw, and then now Brandon Uyuk. This kind of screws over Green Bay because Green Bay wanted him because Aaron Rodgers needs actual weapons besides Devontae Adams.
He's not surprised he's not demanding them to get him weapons.
Oh well, especially since you find out that you could have gotten DeAndre Hopkins just for a second and fourth round. Who's counting?
Hindsight.
So Brandon Uyuk. So there's like 5 guys going into it. So that's crazy. Maybe it's actually no.
This
I think
dude
it's
has
6.
an 81-inch wingspan. Dear freaking lord! And he's longest of any player under 6 feet in combine history.
So there has been, I believe, 5 or 6 first rounders that are wide receivers. So you have Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Rigor, and now Brandon Ayuk. So good. All right. So you're saying your final call.
Yeah, those are my
treats.
picks. Both of those. Rice
All right.
Krispies, Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I effing love Reese's Peanut Butter Puffs.
Really?
I love them. I love them. When I went to Miami, it was my first ability to buy my own cereal, right? Because when I lived on my own when I was 17, I didn't really have transportation and lots of money. But when I was 24, I had, you have this opportunity to get the beauty of like law school loans to survive your breakfast needs. And there's some I judge cereal on a lot of things. It's like aside from texture and taste, it's also what's the after effects that you're doing with milk, because some cereals ruin the milk afterwards, and then some of them make them very delicious. And I find that Reese's peanut
That's
butter puffs do that.
that's the reason I picked Rice Krispies. Oh, not Rice Krispies. Gosh darn it. Well, that's the reason I picked Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I love the
Cinnamon
the
sugar.
after effect that the cinnamon sugar creates in the milk. In fact, there is a dessert or cookie place called Night Owl Cookies that blew up after J Lo and I would assume Alex Rodriguez ordered from them and kind of shouted them out on Postmates. They do sell a they sell milk. They sell regular milk, but they also sell cinnamon toast crunch infused milk, which is basically just the cinnamon sugar inside of the milk, and they just sell that milk straight up. No cinnamon toast crunch, just the milk. So if you want that, they got it.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, that's tasty right there.
Yeah, I ordered it once and I regretted it afterwards, but yes.
Because the sugar levels just went too high for you.
It actually was. I don't know what it is, but it was, yeah. I think they might have added more than what normal cinnamon toast crunch would have given me.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. So Reese's peanut butter puffs for the texture, the taste, the after effects, and it changes a lot. But and maybe I don't want to double take the chocolate, but I love me some Cocoa Crisps too. Or
Well, that's a good after effect cereal too. Anything with chocolate, really. They all have this nice chocolatey aftertaste.
Or Cocoa Pebbles. They're another one as well. Unless I'm getting like the two. The one with the Flintstones is Cocoa Pebbles.
Cocoa Pebbles. Oh,
Yeah.
whoa, that's a good one too. Fruity Pebbles, I do also like their after taste or whatever in their milk. That one's not a bad one either.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's another topic as well. Did you take into account the quickness of how soggy the cereal gets in the
Of
milk?
course. That's kind of sometimes a little bit of the downside of Captain Crunch. Even though I can take the cut of the roof of the mouth, but if you leave, I'm weird. Like so, my cereal is I'll attack the middle and then the sides. It's just a force of habit. Maybe it means I'm a sociopath, probably.
Okay.
But so any kind of leftovers on those around the bowl itself that's touching the bowl tend to get soggier, and I don't think they're just that great soggy. What's terrible with sogginess with the milk? Apple Jacks.
Oh yeah.
That stuff.
Oh, that is awful. Yeah.
Apple Jacks. Apple Jacks is not a crime against humanity, but it could be.
That's well.
If
If they found a way to make their cereal slightly more durable without adding pesticides to it in order to do so, it would be a lot better. But yeah, the sogginess of it, like, it completely deteriorates after like a minute in milk.
Like it's a Thanos snap. It just disappears. What's good though is Cookie Crisps. Like that milk helps it a little bit because I think they're naturally hard to begin with.
Well, that's
and
true.
Here's the thing: Cookie Crisp is just it's the art of redundancy in cereal. It's a cookie form of cereal, but it's just cereal. It's a cookie, and you use milk with it. And then there's my simpleton self, just like, why don't I just put milk with cookies, stuff like that. But then I'm like, but the calories are the equivalent of like 2 Oreo cookies, so let's just do this. And then I hate myself later because it tastes good. I always feel like they need more chocolate chips, but it tastes good. But then I'm like, all right, what now?
Okay, so
Trix isn't bad either.
Trix isn't bad either. But I don't know. I kind of think of it like a second tier cereal. Like if I had to choose an all-star game of cereal, I'd have
a lot of it's going to be influenced from our days in school when we were like elementary.
That's true.
Little box cereal.
Yeah, there was a.
How do you feel about Golden Grams? I think they're disgusting, but I don't really remember them because the last time I had Golden Grams was probably 21 years ago.
I don't even know if I've ever even eaten Golden Grams, to be honest. And if I did, it would be the same situation.
Green Bay's moving up. I think they're getting desperate.
Maybe they're going to choose whatever wide receivers are left here.
they're gonna get the equivalent of the bad Skittles or the dark little fruity stuff that Francisco was talking about.
So here we go. They're picking at 26. The pick from Houston through Miami. All right, so that was, I guess, who did they trade to Houston again? I forgot. Oh,
It was Laramie
Tunsil.
Tunsil.
Yeah, Tunsil.
And technically Kenny Stills as well.
Yeah, and smoke weed every day. Um, let's see. Okay, so getting back to this. Yeah, Golden Grands. What else haven't I had? Smacks. I haven't had Smacks in forever.
Ugh.
You remember Smacks?
Yeah, that's one of those small cereal boxes. When your parents would get you the variety box,
Yeah.
and that's it. And you're just sitting there like, thanks. I'm bringing out the Google. Let's do this. List of cereals.
Let's see, Smacks. Let's see what else is on the pantheon, or in the Super Smash Brothers of cereals. If we're gonna go through down through it.
We kind of have to give respect to Frosted Flakes, right?
Yeah, yeah.
We're not going to insult it at this point.
No, Frosted Flakes is like, I guess you would say, is the Super Mario of cereals. Like it's got to be there. If you had a Smash Brothers roster of cereal mascots, Tony the Tiger would probably be number one.
It's a safe bet too. Of like if it's on an island, but I need extra sugar or
That's
honey.
true.
I'm weird. I'll put that stuff
Yeah,
in.
I would say Frosted Flakes is kind of in the middle because you have the Corn Flakes, which is its non-sugar variety, which you could say is on the healthy side. But I guess with sugar, Frosted Flakes could kind of be an in-betweener, kind of like basically, let's again, like Mario, all around, you know? You can kind of feel healthy, even though you're probably getting diabetes.
Yeah, diabetes is definitely there. Fruit Loops, respect, but not necessarily needed at 30 years old. You know,
That's true.
it's respect.
I mean,
but
as
some
an
things you leave
adult,
with the past.
because I remember specifically Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I think they still do it. Every once in a while, they'll have a commercial of an adult human being eating Cinnamon Toast Crunch and like making like, there's no shame in liking this as an adult. But Fruit Loops, then it's like, all right, you're built. Okay, first off, there's a cartoon toucan on this damn thing. You're really gonna bring this? Like, I get the leprechaun, I get the baker, whatever that Cinnamon Toast Crunch guy is.
They're great.
Snap, Crackle, and Pop, Tony the Tiger, but Toucan Sam might be a little bit old for that,
Yeah, well, says the man who's like dedicated to Sonic the Hedgehog, right?
Well,
but who are we to judge?
I mean, Sonic Forces is kind of dark. All right.
This is true. All right. So, Green Bay picked a quarterback, Jordan Love.
Oh, look at this! This is a nice turn of events.
Wow, Aaron Rodgers is like super triggered right now.
Oh man. Rodgers is about to get farved.
Oh man, like
or Bledsoe.
just as we're talking about guys, just like we're talking about our favorite cereals from past to present, like it's like coming full circle here. Aaron Rodgers' past is now his present, but instead he is no longer a student, it's a master. That's an unhealthy relationship right there because he's a little bit of a prima donna. Great player. I wasn't really right in that eye.
I mean, the same thing happened with Brett Favre. He wasn't willing to work with Rodgers as well. The circle of life in Green Bay. Maybe.
I just sent to the other group chat. I was like, Rodgers going to request a trade? Maybe. That was a surprise. And actually, some people actually said that. But here's the thing. You trade up to get this guy now. That's the thing that hits up more so. Wow. That's going to give me haunts and nightmares.
Oh,
you know what else gives me haunts and nightmares? Honey
What?
Smacks. They are not good.
Now that I think about it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
just think about how long I haven't purchased that. And even as a kid. Like, okay, as an adult, because remember, like, cereal's different when you're a kid, and you can ask your parents for certain cereals and stuff, but as an adult,
You have the power.
I have the power, okay? I've shipped in from Amazon Super Mario cereal, only because it acts as an amiibo, and I still have the box. It was.
Was it good?
Okay, hold on. Let me find the box here. 1 second. It's behind.
Because I can't.
It's behind my other amiibos here. I forgot what the flavor
For
combination was, but let me see.
for everybody else's purposes, I have not really had much specialty cereals unless you count blueberry and count chocolate and the other one that they have.
All right.
It's still as equally good.
So this came out when Super Mario Odyssey was at its peak in popularity and hype. So it is a mixed berry cereal with marshmallows. All right, so
Is it good?
now that I remember what it tasted like after reading what it tasted like, it was iffy. All right, so imagine the taste of, I want to say Fruity Pebbles, maybe Captain Crunch, maybe. Just think off-brand Captain Crunch. Even though I think, who made this cereal? Let me look. I think who made this cereal? Where's the Kellogg's? Kellogg's made this. All right, so think off-brand Captain Crunch with marshmallows, like Lucky Charms-esque marshmallows.
That's a salacious mix right there.
But I don't know what this mixed berry thing was, and I think they still, I don't know if they still make this cereal. I would doubt it now. What, almost 3 years since
Don't you
Mario
miss the
Odyssey
toys?
came out? But
Do you feel that your love of certain cereals was attributed to what was inside the boxes when we were kids?
actually, I wasn't. I wasn't too keen on the toys unless it was something I really really loved that was in the box,
man.
because
I was about that stuff, dude.
let's see. I do have I think I forgot what cereal it was that came with Sonic the Hedgehog cards inside of it. So I still have a card from that. I forgot what cereal it was, but it might have been Cookie Crisp, but way back, early 90s. But it doesn't really make a difference. I mean, this Mario box didn't come with a toy, even though, well, technically it's an amiibo, so I guess the box was the toy in a sense. But unless it's something really cool, especially nowadays, and I'm at the age where I can kind of pretend that I do have children. Yeah, totally. I can go to McDonald's and order a Happy Meal along with something else to mask the fact that, I'm buying this for me and my child, even though I really just want the Super Mario Happy Meal toy that comes with this.
I have no shame. I was like, judge me as you want. This is our era now. People are collecting Funko Pops. I can buy, whatever things on the. Also, I do have Funko Pops, but I'll get whatever's in the cereal.
Oh, you get Funko Pops? Really?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean,
not
I
a fan.
Them.
Not a fan of Funko Pops. Nah.
See, I bought like one or two, and then I had an ex-girlfriend who bought me like 1,000, and I'm like, well, I don't want to get rid of them because they're really cool, but I also kind of hate you now, so it's like,
now that now you're so far down the road, and it's like, well, I kind of have to keep buying these now.
Well, and the problem is, it's the OCD in me, like, and then people, it's an easy gift too, so I've been gifted a lot from family and friends, and if you even have because it's easy, right? You're an attorney, you have an office, bring it to your office. So like my parents were like, oh, Merry Christmas, here's Crash Bandicoot. I'm like, this is kind of cool, thank you. My sister's like, oh, hey, you like The Office, here's Dwight Schrute as Belsnickel. I'm like, this is kind of excellent. I got like one, like an ex-girlfriend knew I like Cowboy Bebop. She's like, here's all 4 of them. I'm like, what is this? And then there's me. It's like, oh, I like Harry Potter, I got this. I like Vegeta, I gotta get this. So it becomes a compulsive now. Some of them are ugly, but what helps them, Francisco, is the fact that I'll decorate my office with it, and I don't care who comes to my office. And if
you and I have that sort of same mindset. We don't really care, even though my parents might care a little too much. Like, I wanted my dinosaur figures in my office, but they're like, you need something a little more classy. I'm like, okay, fine. I'll get a dead Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton figure, who we've now lovingly called Jetersaurus Rex. Praise be his name. And I've got a Sonic the Hedgehog plush in there. I've got all my sports hats and stuff around there too. So I
I
get you,
have
man.
my
I get
I
you.
had my title belt there for a while. Like for the few people who are listening, I have not one but two WWE replica
And
titles. One,
I almost bought you a luchador mask when I was in El Paso last.
oh my God, I would just loved it
I
because
was waiting. I was waiting for you to pull the trigger.
do you know the story about Macho Muchacho?
Ah, no.
Story time. Story time. It'll all come back full circle. So when I was studying for the bar,
Mm-hmm.
you know how you got the fatigue come the final 2 weeks and you don't know how to push through? Well, I started creating the idea of what the alternate life would look like. And then the alternate life was like, look, if I fail, I'll just take the steroids, I'll shave my head, I'll grow out the facial hair, I'll be the prototypical white wrestler, and I'll call myself El Macho Muchacho, and then it'll just kind of go from there, and it'll be like the best inside joke that comes into it. So I told myself, like, I was like, okay, Charles, if you don't fail, you have to buy yourself that WWE
Ooh.
championship that comes in.
Okay. All right. So, question. Ha-
Yeah.
you're our wrestling aficionado, Charles Senpai here, but
Cool.
has there been a wrestler that has, what would I say? How would I say this? I guess appropriated another culture, even though they're not of that culture.
Well,
Into
can
their
I,
in their
oh,
personas.
well, I got two of them, and one is super controversial by what I'm about to say, and the other one is just because of showing how Vince McMahon, I think, is a closet racist, but there's not a lot of people who will go for me on this. Um, so we'll go with that one. So Vince McMahon had a faction called the Mexicools, consisting of Juventud Guerrera, Psychosis, and there was a third one.
I'm laughing at that
Um,
name.
well, it was the Mexicools, and it was
Jordan
super crazy
Brooks, inside
Psychosis.
linebacker, goes to the Seahawks, Texas Tech. All right.
There you go. But so they would come out in tractors, dude. So they would be like come out like girls. And I don't know much about Super Crazy, but I can tell you Psychosis and Hoover Girl could freaking go. And that was like the faction that you were kind of created at. So I'm like, what the hell? And you know me, I'm like the weird kind of Hispanic, I guess, because I'm from New York. So the cultural identity is just like you're a New Yorker.
Yeah.
But I remember being like 15 and be like, even I kind of find this offensive. So it's and mind you, they didn't really have much success to begin with. But when you're kind of putting that out there, I'm just kind of sitting there like, yo, Vince. So their Wikipedia is a stable became when their unofficial leader who was leads. The team's gimmick was that a group of Mexican wrestlers who were fed up with stereotypical portrayal of Mexicans in the United States as laborers for the gringos. They frequently paired the view of Mexicans with interviews and skits. But yeah, sometimes the idea of wrestling is we don't see race, and that's how you should probably best propel it as a character instead of just saying we're going to go aggression, especially if you just have them lose all the time.
Yeah.
Because
I
take that
I
into
could
consideration.
I could see that as like a like a stand-up comedy type of mentality. I'm a stand-up fan, and I laugh at some of the most depraved things that these guys say. Because
But
hey,
the,
man,
the
it's all
issue
a
is that
joke.
the issue is wrestling is not really good satire because
Mm.
it's what the natural writing at its finest. So there was that, and to sucker onto that, there's something called Kerwin White, which was a role by Chavo Guerrero that died real quickly after certain things. But allow me to give you the short Wikipedia of it. Is that Chavo Guerrero Jr., Mexican from El Paso, your favorite namesake.
Greatest city in
Chavo
America.
also great in America. Chavo's also there for he has a lot of success going on now. He was overseeing bits of Lucha Underground before he headed out. He's overseeing Nacion Lucha Libre.
Hmm.
But the concept of Kerwin White was he became a stereotypical middle class white conservative Anglo-American male who dyed his hair blonde, drove a golf cart to the ring, which held golf clubs, and it was just kind of like what the hell? And the problem is with wrestlers, what are you gonna do? Tell Vince no if he wants to give you a spotlight? You gotta eat, right?
That's
But
true.
I'm like, yo, man, what are you doing? There's Muhammad Hassan, and this was like post 9/11 situations. So there's that. But I won't go into that there because Vince didn't worry, but it was make sure the
We're a
Mexican
long
food's
way
chicken.
away from our cereal conversation, by the way.
Well, we'll bring it all back because the New Day have a cereal called Bootios. They make sure that they don't taste like booty. I kid you not, and I haven't tried them. But Francisco, if this
How have you
quarantine goes on
not
longer,
ordered one from Amazon?
because I don't like to pay big money for my cereal
Okay.
because I'm cheap as hell.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know how much I paid for the Mario cereal. Oh wait, no, I bought it. I bought the Mario cereal before it became rare. That's right, because that thing started going up and jacking up in price and was getting scalped at one point.
So you see, it is all still connected. I'm going to check how much Bootios is right now on Amazon, just so it's posted on New Day. Yeah, bruh,
And
it is
we have
indeed.
17 people watching us on Twitter. I think they're more interested in this than our draft talk. So
Well, this is the back end, man. I mean, granted,
that's
Jordan
true.
Love different.
We're here in the home stretch.
No, I gotta say, Jordan Love getting picked by the Packers is just good drama for us.
Oh no, that's gonna
Okay,
be there's gonna be a lot of talk that I'm sure people are salivating talking about this in the coming weeks.
all right. So hear me out, buddy. It's 11.99 on it's sold out on Amazon, but it's 11.99 on FYE. So it's not like I'm eating escargot, man. So I'm not,
Yeah.
if it's not the escargot of cereal, I don't really want it because I love both Woods, Kofi, and Biggie. Biggie, I really hope you get a title run. Congratulations on leading the SmackDown Championship back into the New Day land for like the eighth time. But I'm too cheap to buy your cereal. If you want to give me a free baggie of your cereal, I will like do a live stream of me eating it for the guys and for everybody on Twitter. Perfectly fine doing that. No problem with it. Bringing it back to connected to wrestling, see, I connected to the cereal. The other kind of offensive thing I would say is John Cena being Dr. Thugonomics. So John Cena, John Cena, everybody knows John Cena,
Right.
but John Cena used to be a rapper, or he just go into rhymes. So I don't know if the concept of music has a cultural identity, but I think it's fair to say the assumption is there's a lot more Black, African American, Hispanic rappers out there than a white guy from Boston, Massachusetts,
Yeah.
who's a professional wrestler. So what does Cena do? He comes in with a sideways hat, a jersey. He comes in with the jorts and a steel chain around his neck, and he would sing his own theme song, "Word Life." This is basic thugonomics, and then the skit coming in like a mid-90s rap song with the scratching in the regular basic thugonomics. So if you're talking about like kind of out there, and granted, let's just say it right now, and I'm gonna say it because it's my freaking kingdom when it comes to wrestling. It's not like Vince, I felt, has ever kind of really pushed black wrestlers in the right direction anyway. I mean, as they should be, because me and my friend have talked about this, and he's just kind of like, Kofi's the only guy I can think of that got a good push, and it was by happenstance that he was able to be a champion, because usually it's mid card or tag teams. You have guys like Bobby Lashley, who's just a freaking monster. Granted, he can't do promos for his life fed on it, but you're thinking, why is this not guy in the main event material pushing it? And I don't know. But for me, that was kind of like the inappropriate, or in one version's world, just not the inappropriate, but maybe we shouldn't have touched the kind of situations. But 2020 vision, right?
Yeah.
Hindsight is 2020. Bringing it back to cereal, so Bootios, we'll try it. Woods, I know you hear me. Follow his stream. I'm up, down, down. He's a wrestling gamer, so if you let me rephrase that. He has his own
Twitch stream?
show, Twitch, YouTube, everything
Okay.
like that. It's up, down, down. Also left, right. I'm entertained by that, even though he says he's not affiliated with it. There's other guys like Tyler Breeze and all that stuff. I'm just doing the shout outs because I want the plug, because maybe God knows they hear us as a little Sports Goofs going on there. But I will always try your cereal if you get a free sample, and then if I like it, I will at least, with proof of purchase, I will show the big size bag that I would buy, and I'll post it out there for everybody. Back to other cereals coming into it, and we won't go down the list of eternity of cereals, but things that come in there. Reese's Puff, we already talked about my love for that. Honey Nut Cheerios kind of is the thing I need, though, because it's just so delicious, and it's so drastically different than regular Cheerios, because regular Cheerios is just like,
Yeah, regular Cheerios is just kind of like, it's like regular Cheerios, you think it's gonna be good, like, oh, all right, that's not that bad, and then you eat it and it's like, oh, I should have gone for the Honey Nut. You know?
Yeah, you always go for the honey nut. Omar from The Wire. There's one episode. I don't know if you guys have seen The Wire. You should. It's very good. Omar is a gay bank robber, drug robber. I guess is the kind of like the small way to assume it. Very great character. The guy also played Chalky White, Omar Little. Go watch The Wire, guys. It's fantastic. He's just known for 20,000 great things as a character. So there's like an episode in season 4, I believe, where he's coming out of his like little apartment. That's not like an apartment, but he's just holed up there.
Yeah.
He goes to the convenience store. Everybody knows who Omar is. So everyone's like, Omar coming, Omar coming. And they're running. And he goes in, he's like, let me get a pack of Newports. It's based off of Baltimore. Let me get a pack of Newports. And then he's just like, you ain't got the honey nut? And I'm like, that's how I feel if I couldn't have honey nut Cheerios. Oh man, The Wire is such a good show. Jesus Christ, you guys need to watch it. Like maybe that'll be my non-sponsor, something completely different. So we have that.
Baltimore Ravens choose Patrick Queen, LSU linebacker.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, we're up. Ooh, the Titans are up. I don't know who's left to care about. We need a tackle and we need linemen. So we just need either speed on the defensive side, or we probably just need somebody to hold up because we let Jack Conklin go. And at this point in the game, we're not in the diamond in the rough stage, and we're not in the stage where we can get maybe a great dynamic playmaker, to my knowledge, unless I'm not seeing something clearly. So we're just either going to be stuck getting the Cheerio version without the honey nut, or we're going to get like the leftover bad bag. We're going to get basically the lemon starburst coming into it. So how do you feel about like Wheaties and all those weird little cereals?
I've never eaten Wheaties. I have never eaten Wheaties. Oh, okay,
do you
wait.
like eating a basket net?
Gosh.
Because it's like disgusting.
Yeah, what's the other one that's kind of like fiber-ish, kind of? It's kind of like Wheaties, but it's not. I can't even think of it now.
Frosted mini wheats.
No, not Frosted Mini Wheats. Well, it might be that. It might be Frosted Mini Wheats that I'm thinking about. Yeah, I think that's it. That one's kind of like eating paper that's been shredded.
I wouldn't even go that far. It's like eating a 19th century Puritan basket, or just something of that nature. A wicker set.
Yeah, that's true.
I just can't get behind that.
That one's awful. What else was awful? Oh, I
Kix
have
is
here.
kind of awful.
Well, I can get by with Kix. I don't mind plain old Kix. I can get by with it. But all right, so Aldi, okay,
Devil.
Maybe to you, but they had toilet paper when I went, so they're not that devilish. They have their off-brand, knockoff cereals as well. And I bought this one called Peanut Butter and Jelly Puffs. And it's...
What?
Yeah, it sounds like a fantastic idea, but they definitely flubbed the execution because it tasted like chalk.
Yeah.
And I still...
Do we then...
I still have the box because... I don't know. I guess I'm if it's the last thing that I can eat and come the apocalypse, I guess I'll have something.
So I'm going down a lot of list of things on Wikipedia because now we're also bringing in the weird kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like the specialties. So I'm not including that on the list. It has to be something that anybody can get.
Something mainstream, I guess you would say.
How do you feel about Chex? Because here's my opinion on Chex. For some reason, I like Chex Mix more than actual Chex cereal.
Yeah.
It's
I think
so
most
weird.
people
You shouldn't, right?
Right. I think most people would be on the same boat.
It's such an odd feeling. It's kind of like saying, hey, you're cool, but your brother's more awesome.
Yeah. Let's see. What other cereals that I haven't thought about in this? Just thinking off the top of my head here.
Yeah, I'm going through the other list because there's like one more.
Let's see. We talked.
And I'm
Cookie
gonna say that
Crisp,
for a second.
Talked
Raisin
Bran.
Bran.
Nah, I don't like raisins as a whole, so
Yeah.
that's just me. And along with Bran, nah, we're not doing that.
What is the best flavor of Captain Crunch? Regular, or are you starting to add in all the Captain Crunch and berries or Crunch berries? Because Crunch berries are so
Honestly, Oops All Berries is much
good. Oof.
much easier on my mouth because it's
Yeah,
really the regular Captain Crunch that just destroys me on the
I
inside.
love the regular. I love the regular
You
Captain
know,
Crunch. Somehow.
I guess you like it rough. Then.
Donkey Kong made. Yeah, I do. Donkey Kong made cereal. I did not know this.
Did not
I
know.
told you about.
I know about the the Mario and Zelda cereal from way back
Yeah,
when.
I told you about the Pop Tart cereal because I sold out and I had it and I didn't like
That's
it.
true.
Um,
Uh,
okay. So I mentioned this earlier. The seasonal ones: Frankenberry, Boo Berry, and Count Chocula. First off, are they ones that are legitimately all the time? Because I think Count Chocula is, but not Frankenberry or Boo Berry. Sometimes I like me some Count Chocula. It's the freaking marshmallows, man.
yeah, I think marshmallows. Well, other than Super Mario cereal, if I really love Super Mario cereal, I would still be getting it because they still. I think maybe some places still sell it, but it no longer functions as an amiibo.
Ooh.
But the fact that I haven't bought it yet means that marshmallows aren't an automatic like plus all cereals. To be honest, uh, like if like a brand cereal, if you added marshmallows to it, would it be that better? Much better? I don't think so. I think Lucky
Probably
Charms
not.
has that little bit of coated sugar on top of their like regular cereal inside of it that kind of ups the ante for it. But
Now we didn't mention it, but we're gonna give reverence to it. Fruity Pebbles is also great too.
oh no,
It's on
oh
that list right
I
behind
find
the.
it good. I find it even. I find it to be one of the cereals that even in soggy form still works for me. It still works for me just because of the flavor underneath
Oh,
it.
it's so good.
Yeah, like I
Oh,
find that even letting it get soggy is fine. Cinnamon Toast Crunch the same thing. I don't even mind it soggy to be honest. But there's a point of sogginess where you have to get to it because if not, then it's a total it's a
honey
total
bunches of
loss.
oats.
Honey Bunches of Oats, I do
Can't
like.
you just have?
I do
It's so
like
weird.
when they sold just
Oh, we got all
bunches.
right. We got Isaiah Wilson. All right, we got our tackle. We're good.
Okay, so
I don't know anything about him except for Georgia, but
so
we got at least a position of need.
here come the Miami Dolphins once again at number 30.
And we're more interested in cereal than our respective teams, but it's
Well,
fine.
I mean, not to
This is
poop,
more important at this point.
not to poo poo on these guys, but their careers will not last as long as these cereals will. So,
Yeah, this
you
is
know,
true. They are eternal.
yeah, they are eternal, much like a Twinkie, and we'll have our uh, processed dessert discussion later on too, because that is also a discussion with the pantheon of snacks.
But that one's almost like a cop out though, because my answer at least is going to be almost everything. Granted, the question has not been presented, but
Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. But of course, the idea is to make a choice. Now, if I had more than two choices for my cereals, I would have made a bunch of choices. That's for sure.
a true Sophie's choice situation here.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Yeah. If the Nazis were coming after you, which two cereals would you would you choose? Which one of the cereals would you choose over the other one?
You're just basically saying like which one has
Mind
more
you,
love,
this is a conversation that also included us saying, "Poor kid with cancer. You're also a Browns fan."
Well, let's
Anyways,
redact it. We said he's not even going to get to see the championship. So if we're already going to ride that roller,
granted, I don't even know if the Dolphins will have a championship in my lifetime either. So
and for the few people who are listening, when Andrew is around, just as he's a great moderator for CFB, I feel like he does moderate my behavior. But
that
when
is
Dad's
true.
not in town, the boys are gonna go get unleashed.
Exactly.
We're just wolves on the prowl.
We've already mentioned Cliff Kingsbury's porn pad as well.
And then Roger Goodell is rolling on something hard.
Oh yeah.
Did you know they made a Peeps cereal? Why?
They made a Peep cereal?
I'm just going on down the list of cereals.
Do you remember? Okay, another specialty cereal, Oreo O's.
Oh my god, yeah, that. I was very mixed on it because I'd just rather have Oreos.
Yeah, well, that's true. I've said that I've in my Rice Krispies to jazz it up, and I add Oreos to it. Of course, I can't do that all the time for
My God,
obvious reasons.
How have you not been snatched up and married yet, buddy? Because that made me want to just be with you forever. I had not think about it. Just 4 in the morning, I wake up because I had to pee, and there I am dunking 4 Oreos in a glass of milk before I went back to sleep to wake up to work. How I was able to sleep is beyond me.
Oh no, that's true. Anyways, but yeah, Oreo O's was
Oh,
like
Reptar Crunch.
that
I
was a,
forgot about that.
really.
Yeah. Oreo O's are not that good.
No, they
I
weren't.
felt very.
Although I saw a video about it on YouTube. Somebody actually made a video about it. Like, y'all remember Oreo O's, and I think they broke it down to, I think it was Company Man too. I'm not sure on YouTube, but
Listen, boys and girls,
They-
when you hit 30 and it hits nostalgia, you'll want to review the shit out of it on YouTube.
exactly, that's what I've been doing. Because once again, I'm watching a ton of old Major League Baseball All-Star games for some reason. Anyways, apparently
Tricks.
they
How do we feel about tricks?
trick cereal.
Yeah. Like, this is very weird because this is one of those, if I was a kid, it was good, but now at 30, I don't know.
I don't think I've had it as an adult.
Yeah, I don't think I would enjoy it as an adult.
I don't think I've had it as an adult. I think it's
Mind
been
you, great slogan, very memeable.
yeah, silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids. Yeah. Out of the mascots that I think would murder anybody, I think it would be the Tricks rabbit. To be honest,
Yeah.
I think Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I think we can call involuntary manslaughter for a lot of things because it's just the Cocoa Puffs that have made him go crazy. It's not literally getting it taken away from you at every chance that you get by those children. Let's see, Tricks. Yeah, I haven't had it as an adult. I can't really. I mean, I don't even know if I. I mean, I guess I liked it, but not enough to want to purchase it as an adult.
Because it's part of the pack starters. When we're kids, if your parents are getting it, they're getting the variety set, the little small boxes that come in a packet, just same way you do the assortment chips. Oh man, that's what we gotta do when we get Andrew on here. What's the best kind of chips for the quarantine?
Okay, so no, that's the thing. I've avoided chips like the plague for the most part. Regular chips, regular potato chips. I think I had the white chips from white bean chips from Aldi, which is good, especially with some hummus. I've got some veggie straws along here because they're healthier, and you can kind of go to town on them without feeling too guilty about it. And I have purchased that variety pack that they sell in the giant bag of the Doritos and both flavors, Cool Ranch and Nacho. With Cheetos and both versions of the Cheetos too. As well.
Remember the 3D cones, Doritos 3D cones. Oof, buddy.
That's true.
Those were good. They were kind of fire. Because they're like bugles, man.
Yeah.
And those were good chips. Combos are good too. Full out discussions that I need Andrew on to facilitate.
Yeah, we can't get it too far into a chips. I have to actually plan that out. I might have to write it out too. Write my notes down for that one. Because the cereal one, I can get off the cuff off the top of my head.
Oh, yeah.
Chips ones,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if you would say there are
We're gonna
more
write it
variety of chips out there, but I can't even say for sure. To be honest, I'm trying to
We're
find.
talking texture. We're talking about the meal. We're talking about, is it going to be a complimentary side to a sandwich? Is it going to go with a pizza? Are you going to do it as just a snack at home when you had a rough
Let's
day?
see.
There's a lot of stuff that's coming into this.
How about this? What alphabet cereal? We haven't talked about that one yet. I haven't purchased it as an adult either. Although I wouldn't say it's on the level of Lucky Charms, but I feel like it's second tier marshmallow cereal. That's what I would say.
I don't remember enough about it. I don't know if it's something that I've kind of come in onto. I'm trying to remember. I think we've kind of hit my no-nos.
Yeah.
Because
I'm going down the Wikipedia list that I would assume that you have as well.
Yeah, it was the same thing.
Of the history of cereals here. There was a Batman Forever cereal, apparently, which I did not know about, and I probably would have bought had I known.
I mean, I saw a couple Ninja Turtle stuff, and that was my stuff as a kid. I'm sure I made my parents do it.
Okay, there was one called Vanilla Life, and I almost thought it was Vanilla Ice. Because I would have been down for a Vanilla Ice cereal, to be honest.
Life, baby.
um,
All right, like now we have to have fun with this. Your adult love, whatever it is now, make it into a cereal. Let's finish this correctly.
hmm. Okay, what am I obsessed with? That's okay. What am I obsessed with? That's not child based because it's easy to turn like
Is there
a,
is there
a
a
cartoon
dinosaur cereal
a
out there?
cartoon mascot whatever you know into a cereal. It's easy to do that. I mean, I've got a Super Mario cereal box here, and that's too easy for me. If you have a Sonic the Hedgehog cereal, I'm definitely gonna buy a box of it. But let's see, I'm trying to think of something more like if there was like the Office cereal or something. Would you buy that?
I mean, you have the little marshmallows like Michael Scott's cup of coffee.
Like I could see a Rick and
That's
Morty
world's best
cereal.
buy.
I could see a Rick and Morty cereal. I could eat that. I could find I find that appeasing to me.
I think, well, God, I mean, especially after season 4, I don't know if you're caught up, but it just keeps getting more deranged. But there's stuff that they could just add in. So,
Right.
hey, let's see. I mean, you gotta really think out there out of the box of things that you
Oh,
like.
apparently Funko. I didn't even know they made cereal, but apparently they do.
I've seen it, but I think you just pay for the. It's basically you're getting the keychain pop, and
Oh, okay. Because apparently
I-
they do have a Sonic the Hedgehog cereal, but I did not get that on the Sonic newsletter. So never
oh
mind.
my God, speaking of desserts, remember when you were a kid and your favorite kind of whatever was formulated into a cookie? So you have like Sonic the Hedgehog cookies or whatever, or the F and ice
Yeah.
creams. Oh man, your life, boys and girls out there that don't know what an ice cream truck is, you don't know what disappointment is unless you're a 6, 7-year-old boy playing in New York with your sister, and the ice cream truck comes in, and you just want a Leonardo or Raphael or any kind of Ninja
Yes.
Turtle ice cream pop with gumball eyeballs,
Right.
and they're out of it.
Yep.
Same thing with Sonic. Same thing with Spider-Man.
And SpongeBob.
And all-
Yep.
Dolphins picked a cornerback. Igbenange. Man, I butchered that.
Oh dear lord. We need Andrew on this one.
Bingo. I bingo. That's all. I'm just calling my bingo.
His
Please
father
forgive
was
me.
from Nigeria and competed in the '96 Olympics.
Please forgive me, Lord, for my ignorance, but sometimes I'm too stupid to be smart. But yeah, that was real disappointment, buddy. When it's coming into it.
All right,
you're
let's
not gonna get
see.
all the good stuff.
Let's see. Pebble cereals, of course, they have there's several different varieties. Ooh, let me look at the varieties to see which ones I've tried. Marshmallow Pebbles, did I? I think I've tried Marshmallow Pebbles, not too bad. Regular Fruity Pebbles, let's see. Cinecrunch Pebbles, 98 to 2001. No, I would not have gotten that. As an adult they do have cinnamon pebbles now. I have not seen that variety. I might have to give that one a shot.
Yeah, that's a little bit interesting. I mean, I told you I had the chocolate peanut butter.
Okay,
pebbles.
I'm looking here in Q, and I saw Quake cereal. I'm like, wait, they made a cereal for Quake, like the video game. I'm like, no.
Yeah, you're thinking Quakers, buddy.
It's just disembodied body part marshmallows. Oh, I got a leg.
You would just kind of you would just be like, okay, here we go.
Honestly, I could see like a Doom or a Quake cereal with disembodied body part marshmallow pieces. I could see that.
Just the Marine with the little chainsaw.
The milk
BFG,
the milk turns red.
His heads come in there. I mean, yeah, okay. So gaming cereal, because this is definitely the rabbit hole we're going under with the last 2 picks in the draft of something that we left behind.
Yeah, we got Minnesota on the clock and the Kansas City Chiefs if they'll keep this pick at the last one.
At this point, they shouldn't even be rushing it. Minnesota's been fielded. Get over yourself, guys. I guess this is how I'm gonna preface it. It's 2020. I'm gonna make it off of the list of games I played in 2020 of what I want my cereal to be. And I gotta tell you, man, if what was a game that I absolutely just destroyed? Love it front to finish, and well, Guacamelee too. So if I had that as so you have like little lucha
That
libre
kind that
masks
that
as
kind of yeah
marshmallows.
kind of scratches both of your itches there, or a little
Yeah,
wrestling, a little video games.
yeah, and then you have his chicken form because he can turn into a chicken or a rooster as well. You can have like some of the villains, or you can have some of the side characters that come in there. God knows I forget their names because that's the problem with like binging games. You might forget certain bits and characters, and now I mean I just know Juan, and then I know that there's the lady in the mask, and then people. Did you play either of the two of them? They're good if you haven't.
I
Go pick it up.
haven't.
All right, so the
I'm
Vikings pick
sure
up
that.
Gladney from TCU.
Okay.
They needed it because I let go a lot of their corners, so it's fine.
Yeah, I'm looking here on. Let's see, Lucky Charms. The only variety of Lucky Charms is chocolate Lucky Charms.
Oh, that does not sound good.
Yeah, well, they've had it since 2005, so apparently somebody likes it. At least
Well,
enough to keep it going.
Some people think Sbarro is the best kind of pizza in New York. People have their opinions. They just might be wrong. Granted, look, I like Sbarro's pizza.
Uh,
You know,
when was the last time I had a Sbarro's pizza? I might have had somewhere like probably like an airport last year while I was traveling. I probably had a Sbarro's pizza.
yeah, it's fine. If you're at the mall and you just
Yeah,
go
but who
from
goes to
there.
a mall nowadays? Come on now.
Well, now we can, right? All right, so this might be a discussion for when Andrew's on board, but I'll pepper it like this as a way for the Kansas City Chiefs. Is it me, or is just mall Chinese food just kind of delicious, and I don't understand why? When I get that orange chicken, buddy, I went Christmas shopping, and I was at the mall, and I was hungry
Okay.
because I had all this stuff to
Okay,
do,
this is
and I
a
chose that.
this is a legitimate question or a legitimate thought by me. I don't think I've ever had bad Chinese food. I don't think I've ever had
well,
bad Chinese food, to be honest.
I've had disappointing Chinese food, and let me explain to you why. Because I have like I have like a trifecta of or a triumvirate of Chinese places that I go to get my stuff because you need diversity. Even though I always kind of order the same thing, which is always General Tao. So one of my guys got into the process of instead of using plastic, like plastic boxes for the takeout, he just uses the little, you know, the styrofoam, right? But he staples it. So what I find is that him stapling it causes like unnecessary moisture to be setting in on my General Tao chicken, and really I feel like kind of kills the flavor of it, and it was kind of disappointing.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If it comes in like a plastic container, then it's fine. It kind of keeps everything nice and yeah. But if it's in some other form, something that'll suck something up, you kind of lose flavoring, or it kind of melds into the container that, or like a paper or a foam container, in a sense, as well. So yeah, you got to
Yeah,
be careful with some.
but mall Chinese food though, it it makes me happy because it's always orange chicken, right? But I think it's because of the deal. They're like, you can get like a three combo platter for like $7, and I'm just like, yes, because I'm about to do some damage at the stores. So let me have this, please, and thank you.
Yeah, man. Now that I'm saying this, I want Chinese food, but I can't eat because I'm done eating for the rest of the day. It's midnight.
Wait, do you have Chinese food open? Because all my Chinese food places are closed, and
I bet there's one
I,
open here in Miami. I bet there's one. There's got to be at
I
least
would think
one.
so.
You know?
And I don't know why they're all closed, but I swear to Christ, if it's because of stereotyping where it came from, I'll be a very upset human being. I like to think it's because they can't get the products that they need for the food, or the idea is that the demand will be too high to do takeout to not properly open the
I've ordered Chinese.
kitchen.
Well, kind of at the beginning of this all, and people were kind of, just to support. I ordered Chinese food just to support, because people were like holding off on Chinese food, but of course the disease
Right.
doesn't spread through eating food. It's through breathing. So
Well, people have opinions.
people can be
Who are
terrible.
people?
Yeah, that's fine.
People are terrible. But
Let's try and be happy here at the end of this very long night.
Is that the trade-off though, Francisco? We don't get Chinese food anymore, but we're getting a Splatfest back that answers the simple question of
Oh,
ketchup versus mayonnaise.
ooh, yeah. And I don't even remember what my choice was last time. I might have chosen
It's
ketchup.
always ketchup. It's
Yeah,
always
but I
ketchup.
might have chosen ketchup, to be honest.
I don't mind mayo, but mayo doesn't have the diversity that ketchup has.
That is true. Well, yeah, that is true. Of course, you can always grab the mayo chip that they sell now and have the best of both worlds, which my sister
Yeah.
does purchase, and it's actually it actually works. Works. It's quite good. Get that pink sauce, you know.
The hybrid baby. You know what
Yeah.
they should have done is just really gone ketchup mustard, and then really kill the people who don't know how to make a tough decision in their life,
Yeah. Well,
because that's the hard part. But I mean, mayonnaise. I really it's just a sandwich. Because what else are you getting mayonnaise on, man?
yeah. Yeah, that's
Seriously.
true. I mean, well, let's see. Mayonnaise, other than mixing it with, I don't know, a chicken salad or some tuna or some egg
I
salad
don't
and
even
stuff.
bother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what else are you gonna?
Uh,
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Because I like to cook, so I can't think of a recipe that I've done in the last 3 years now that has required mayonnaise that is not of a sandwich variety. Yeah.
yeah. And so that's the whole thing. And you like it for the freshness, but if you have good meat, it's going to taste fresh anyway. If your bread's good, it's going to taste fresh. But ketchup, I mean, if you like ketchup on your eggs, I don't necessarily do it. My dad does, but it's good for French fries, potato wedges. Um, there's other people who do like weird diabolical stuff with it. I know people. I know some. If you live in the trailer parks, you get some ketchup on that spaghetti, baby. It's your mom's homemade marinara sauce. Um,
Ketchup on
that's
steak.
from Scary Movie. That's from Scary Movie.
Okay.
I'm gonna give the quotes. When they're like, hey, I thought you were bleeding. It's like, ketchup, just like my mom puts on the spaghetti nights. And I'm just like, okay, laughing at that stuff even 20 years later. Now I kind of think of how limited ketchup is because this is gonna be hot dogs, hamburgers, cheeseburgers. Um, it just has a little bit of zestiness that
No,
comes into
I've
it. But
used
they
it
really,
on. Okay, so I've used ketchup as a base for certain sauces with like some meatballs that I've made. So it's
yeah.
got its use, especially because there is a sweetness to ketchup as well. You can buy the non-sweet variety, and then you might as well not even
Go from
bother, to
there.
be honest. If you're gonna get,
Or I mean, I've done this where I think it's a perfect kind of tangy complement to when I mix some hot sauce too, just to kind of soothe it down. Because, like, I'll tell you right now, you want to get Charles excited, Five Guy fries with some ketchup and a little bit of whatever my variety hot sauce
oh,
is.
Five Guys
That's not
fries.
pitfall. Bro, I had that the other day. I was like,
Oh, dude, I specifically don't order Five Guys because of the fries, because of how horribly unhealthy I feel after consuming them.
yeah, yeah.
Not out of
Ooh. Okay, so Kansas City, last pick in the draft.
Oh, hey
Or
now.
this first round. Clyde Edwards Hilaire, some LSU. So now the rich get richer because they needed a running back. I thought they were going to go with either J.K. Dobbins or DeAndre Swift, but no, they go for another fine prototype of
All
running
right.
back. So kudos to them on that one. I just shout out to it because, damn, dude, like that offense. Now you get a running back who's reliable too.
Yeah. Okay.
Unfair.
Okay, another LSU guy going in the first round.
Amazing. Starts the first round, LSU guy, ends the round at LSU.
Yeah. All right. So it's over. It is
over.
finally over. Thank God. Yeah, tomorrow I'm doing a sim game once again, a non-Yankees Marlins or Rays game, the Milwaukee Brewers versus the Colorado Rockies, just to have some variety in our Strange MLB Baseball 2005 for GameCube, PS2, Xbox. And dude, I am done. I'm done. I can't.
You're done.
I just can't.
We're done.
Yeah, we're
Give
about
us,
to hit 4 hours here.
Yeah, I like how Andrew's like, oh, you guys want to do regularly? I do. We're tired. we're not strong men anymore.
All
We're
right.
gonna make it up to it. So we'll tell everybody now. At some point, there will be a esports goofs showing. We just have to figure out that time
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah, I feel like we should. We'll align that at some point. All right, man.
Final words.
Um. Yay Dolphins, I guess.
Yay Dolphins.
Yay Dolphins? Question mark. That's my final thoughts.
Yay Dolphins? Question mark. My final thoughts are just gonna basically be like, still too long. Still too long.
Yeah.
Still too long.
Yeah. All right, dude. Yeah.
Good night, buddy. Later, everybody.
Adios.
Spotted at 19. He can't help but forget on that play. He's been just about everywhere. That tackle, his 12th.